Well, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Delta Independent Science Board meeting. And we'll start with just going around the for the Science Board and making their declarations. And I'm Steve Brandt, and no new conflicts. Jay?
Jay Lund, no new conflicts.
Liz Kenuel, no conflicts, no new conflicts.
Brian Atwater, I'm told I'm a lame duck, maybe, but other than that, no change in status.
Joe Fernando, no change in status.
John Wayne's just the same.
Vince Reich, no change in status.
Okay, and on the phone we have Joy. Joy, are you there? Tracy?
Joy, can you hear me?
Yes.
No change.
Okay, Tracy? Tracy, we can't hear you.
This is Tracy Collier, no conflicts. I forgot I can't touch the screen on my laptop. I have to click it with a cursor.
All right. Okay, and we have one more board member on their way. Start off and giving the, well, Dick, do you have any new conflicts? No new conflicts. Okay. Well, today, I'd just like to go through my report, and the first is to announce that three of the recent reports that we have completed, the California EcoRestore Adaptive Management White Paper, comments on that, our WaterFix Final Environmental Impact Report Statement, and the Science Action Agenda, they have been completed, and are they, Edmund, are they on our on the website? Okay, so they are on our website. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank a few people, and the first, again, is Cliff. This will be our last face-to-face meeting with Cliff as the science lead. At least we think it's the last face-to-face meeting, and so we really appreciate all the wonderful help you've given us and the partnership you've had with us, and it's just really been great. You've been valuable. We're going to miss you, and thanks for your help. I also want to again thank the former chair, Jay, who has led the board over the last 2 years, and Tracy before that, of course, who now is stepping down as from our executive committee, and then to welcome Liz as our new chair-elect, who started on June. So anything that we've ever done in the past, you can blame the past chairs, and any problems you bring up, I will assign to the new chair-elect. So, okay. The only other announcement is that a couple of members of the board will be making presentations at the next, on the July 27th council meeting. Dick is going to make a presentation on the Delta as an evolving place, and Jay will be representing the science board there to not only give our recommendations for the science leader position, but also provide update on the recent reports we've finished, and also our new priorities over the next year, which will largely be decided in many respects, hopefully through today and tomorrow. Jay, do you have anything else to add on that, or?
No, I think that sums it up well.
Dick? Okay, I want to briefly go through our agenda for the next 2 days, and this morning is what we're calling a retreat, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that is, but it really, in a minute as we start that topic. This afternoon, we go through our regular reviews of reports that are in progress, and then tomorrow morning we'll be spending the time discussing the results of this morning's input and conversations and talk about how we might improve our board's reports and set priorities and look at internal self-assessment. I'll talk more about that as we get to those topics. This morning's effort is trying to do some brainstorming on what the board should be looking at in terms of setting its thematic priorities. 2 years ago, we also had a retreat in the same I want to say building, but last time we were upstairs and had some light. This time we're in the bowels of the vessel, so below sea level. But I think the last time we called it a self-assessment, and although we had people come up and give us input on setting priorities for thematic reviews, a large part of it was looking at how we internally operated and how we worked with the public and so forth. And we came up with a series of recommendations, and those were adopted in our new operating procedures. One of the things that came out of that was our doing the 2 to 3 page prospectus that we would do prior to doing a thematic review that we get out for public comment to help shape the more detailed priorities within any particular review. We also had some themes that came out of that were recommended for us, thematic reviews that were recommended. One was a science enterprise thing, which we were involved with. There was a lot of suggestions on, of course, doing the adaptive management as well as the monitoring. And of course, adaptive management is one that has been completed, and the monitoring program, which came up a number of times, is one that's currently underway. This review, we're really looking for input in terms of trying to set our thematic reviews. You all know we do the thematic reviews, and we've done a handful of those. We're trying to get a brainstorming to make sure that we're just to get ideas of where we might be going from here. A secondary purpose is to look specifically at how can we make our reviews more effective. We're doing this through 2 panels this morning. We also welcome anyone else in the public afterwards during the public comment time if they'd like to come up and chat with us. We have also sent the same series of questions to another handful of people, so we'll be getting their input as well, written input on the topic as well for this. So we really look forward to the panel discussions, and I'd like to ask the first panel to come up and take your assigned seats up here. And while they're coming up, I'd like to read off the questions we've asked each of the panelists to speak about. We have 2 panels. We'll have, if there's time, we'll take a coffee break in between the 2 panels. The panel, I really appreciate your time that you come here, and we really look forward to getting your comments. We've asked each of the panelists to introduce themselves and to give us perhaps about 5 minutes of discussion on input on 3 questions. The first question is, what are the most important and challenging, they're not necessarily the same, science issues you see in the coming years? Secondly, what are the regional science issues where you would like to see additional focus from the Delta ISB? And the third question is, how could we make the Delta interviews more useful? How aggressive should the Delta ISB be in promoting and explaining our reports and reviews, and what kinds of follow-up actions would be most effective? And we're going to use that input in particular to try and set up our priorities for the next 1, 2, or 3 years in terms of what big reviews we ought to be doing. I think we do have 6 panelists. Brett Milligan, I think. Brett, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. So Brett is the 6th member of this panel. And so we'd hope you'd each have some time independently to say some things, and then we want to open it up to a dialogue. Remember, it is a brainstorming thing, and I don't think I can give you full permission. You don't have to speak for any agency. You can speak for yourself, because you're all very experienced in the Delta, of course, and just, give us your ideas. And I'm just going to start, unless there's any questions, I'll just start with, go down the row and start with Carl.
I wasn't quite sure I wanted to be first. I'm Carl Wilcox, Policy Advisor to the Director for the department, or for the Delta with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. My comments are, probably my own comments based on my experience over the last 11 years or so working in the Delta, and in also working before that in San Francisco Bay. I think we're seriously launching into adaptive management. We, particularly in the context of the biological opinions and the CISA authorizations for the state and federal water projects, we have an adaptive management program that we've laid out. It's included in the biological opinions and will be included in the permit, in our permit once we make a permitting decision. The 2 water project agencies are, participants in that. We have a governing structure associated with it. It overlaps to a great degree with many of the other adaptive management issues that face the Delta, particularly as it relates to habitat restoration and how we look at factors affecting water quality, outflow, water project operations, restoration of the Delta ecosystem, because ultimately the underlying objective of all of these actions, whether they're existing biological opinion requirements, the efforts of the department through Prop 1, through the Delta Reform Act for restoration of the Delta ecosystem, are all targeted at improving conditions. And it becomes an extremely difficult process. And we had an extended meeting yesterday about one particular issue as part of the CSAMP process, which is the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management process. It came out of litigation, but is now a broadly collaborative effort to work on science issues, particularly as they affect the health of the estuary, let's say more broadly, but also as it directly relates to water operations and the water quality control plan. And I think one of the things that I would look for is the issue of uncertainty. We're constantly confronted with issues around flow and the role of flow. And there's just looking at what you get when flow is there and what happens when it's not. And this constant issue of uncertainty about particular aspects of flow and this desire to tease out the exact mechanisms with the expectation that something magical is there. And from my perspective, that's all well and good, but it really inhibits decision making ultimately. And adaptive management is all about decision making ultimately, and making decisions in many cases before you have the exact perfect information. And I think one of the things I would look for from the science board is helping us tease out what's important and what's not, and helping to put uncertainty in context with kind of basic ecological understanding. I totally recognize that there are aspects of the environment in the Delta that are changing due to climate change and those kinds of things, but they're not, and they're exacerbated by drought And one of the things we're dealing with is coming out of the drought and being able to put the drought in context of, and really what's happened over the last 17 years in the context of, in effect, been a fairly extended drought. You know, we've only had a few good years. And what the context is for the species that we're concerned about, and what the factors are that affect that. And, you know, it really comes down to when we have good years like this year. Now we're going to, you know, we're struggling with the issue of should the fall X2 action be implemented? It's an adaptive management action, but it's a regulatory requirement. And we're 6 weeks away from initiating it, and we haven't set up the mechanisms to actually conduct an experiment. You know, we're trying, but I think one of the things that, you know, is a shortcoming is that, you know, in 2011, we conducted an adaptive management experiment. We had a program in place. There was a report that came out of it. It said you should be doing these kinds of things into the future, and we didn't do those. So we have, you know, I think what we discovered yesterday was we have a leadership vacuum that needs to be fixed as far as committing to developing science programs that address the core issues that we have. And those are related to all life stages of the species that we're concerned about in particular. You know, and I focus on species because those are the indicators of how the ecosystem is doing in effect. You know, delta smelt basically are kind of telling us what the condition of the delta is, irrespective of the fact that, you know, it's dry and microcystis is going crazy and it's toxic, and, you know, we have aquatic weeds that are, you know, have blossomed because of the previous conditions. So I think, and this is fairly rambling, I think, but, you know, I think it's really how we tease those kinds of issues out and really set the direction and course for, you know, a longer, more focused science program. And I think that's where we're trying to get to with the adaptive management program for the BIOPS and WaterFix that can help us answer those questions. And I think a key help assistance, you know, that we would look for from the board would be helping us to develop that, and either through guidance or reviews or, you know, your periodic assessments of how we're doing. We're just starting, so, you know, to be straight about it, you know, we've been doing adaptive management, but not in an organized way. And we have to get on a trajectory that's more focused and more consistent and builds on the information we have, as opposed to just constantly trying to make changes as the need or the issue arises or a circumstance arises. So with that, I'll end my comments.
Good morning. I'm Campbell Ingram. I'm the Executive Officer of the Delta Conservancy. And I think I would echo a lot of what Carl said. Maybe I'll just say ditto and we can move on. But I would like to share a few things. I think, as you know, the Delta Conservancy has about $50 million in Proposition 1 funding to do restoration in the Delta. We've completed two solicitations so far that have resulted in a little over $10 million allocated to restoration projects throughout the Delta. It's really a nice mix geographically, as well as just the type of project. We've got some habitat restoration, water quality projects, easements on agricultural land, protected ag land, flood easements, and then some other planning efforts. I think one of the things that Carl said that I think is really key is that, you know, action before perfect knowledge. I think Proposition 1 essentially sets us up to take action before perfect knowledge. And then I also really liked what he said about, you know, the uncertainty in the context of basic principles of ecology. We have been working in two forums to try to provide a place where we can better define what restoration ought to happen in the broader context of the community's involvement and the current land uses in the Delta. And I've reported to this group before about our pilot project in the Cache Slough complex, which is where we've brought together the counties, the water agencies, the reclamation district, the resource conservation district. We have a separate process for agricultural interests and all the state agencies that are interested in doing restoration in the Delta as a way to come together, bring all of the relevant information to the table and discuss it collectively with the intent of really trying to better identify where we do restoration most effectively with the least amount of impact to current landscape or current land uses. We're just wrapping up phase one. I would say it's been a very successful process, but a hard process. The first pass in phase one was really to simply look at the readily available information and collectively agree on what's relevant and what's important to the discussion about thinking about strategy for that region. We looked at all the relevant ecosystem restoration, the foundation of which was SFEI's Delta Landscapes and Delta Renewed project, and they were partners in the project. We then looked at all the agricultural information that we could agree to and find, and then we looked at the flood protection system and then the water supply system. And then really we just started the effort of kind of overlaying those information sets to really identify where opportunities exist in that Cache Slough complex. I think our overall aim here was to really think about implementability and local acceptance of outcomes so that we had those folks engaged in the discussion as well. It's been a challenging process in that the local interests aren't terribly interested in just coming together to talk about where restoration ought to be on the landscape. They want to broaden that to how do we look for opportunities to increase agricultural viability, economic viability in the region as well. So we're trying to accommodate that as best we can and be slightly more comprehensive in our effort. Again, phase one, challenging, but I do think it was very important. It was a great, everybody who participated fundamentally appreciated the opportunity to sit and work together. And the local interests certainly appreciated the ability to be heard. They felt like they were at the table in a way they hadn't been invited in the past. We're currently trying to define phase two. That likely will start with a lengthy discussion about assurances for the local interest as restoration happens in that area, and I'm hopeful that that discussion will help facilitate more collaborative planning about how these things can work on the landscape. The other forum that we're working on I think is very promising, and we're calling it the publicly owned, publicly financed land corridor. As you're aware, Department of Water Resources owns Sherman and Twitchell Islands in the West Delta. Metropolitan Water District now owns Bacon, Webb, Bolden, and Holland in the Central Delta, and the Nature Conservancy owns Staten and McCormick-Williamson going up the McCullummy corridor. It's a great opportunity to be able to achieve restoration without taking private land out of production, which is a call we've heard from the Delta for a very long time. So these agencies are working together. We actually have a meeting this afternoon from 1 to 4 to continue that discussion, really inventorying what's happening, being better storytellers about what is happening in terms of coordination and learning already, as well as looking for opportunities to coordinate our efforts. We're trying to line up funding so that we have funding available to implement whatever it is comes out of that process in terms of priorities. And so I think those are very interesting regional efforts that are very helpful in how we move forward with restoration in the Delta. The key questions you pose, I'm not sure I would have a lot to add beyond what Carl indicated. I think that probably one of the most pressing issues that we've been trying to build towards, and I've talked in the past about this concept of restoration hub, and we've had the Delta Science Enterprise Workshop where we were looking at the need for integrated modeling, the need for decision support tools, data support platforms, and then structured decision-making environments where we have the access to those tools to do the regional planning as well as project-level design in a more collaborative way, where you've got the agencies that have to do the permitting, you've got the local interests, and you've got the agencies themselves, the regulatory agencies, and the proponents, all working around sort of the best information, the best tools available. We're hoping that that could really improve efficiency in trying to help decide where we do restoration and how we actually design projects effectively. So additional focus and review from the Independent Science Board on how we structure that, how we come up with the tools, not necessarily the exact tools we might use, but the suite of tools that might be available, how we might better create these planning environments where we are bringing people into the process and more effectively using best available information in science. Social science, I very much appreciate the Independent Science Board's efforts at really taking a hard look at social science in the Delta, but really marrying those two so that we're really coming up with effective strategy that has some level of local support and understanding, which I think heretofore we pretty much understand that that's very important in how we actually might be able to implement these things over time. Obviously, Carl mentioned the flow issues. Big issues about how do fish respond to restoration over time and spatially. Those are key issues. How do we introduce turbidity into the system effectively? One of the things that came out in the cash slough discussion was a recognition that, it's a sediment-starved system. Obviously, I think we all knew that, both for maintaining wetland habitat as well as for delta smelt needs. But the farmers are actually regulated. They are not, their discharges can't include, are precluded from providing sediment. And if you think back, those regulations were put in place largely for environmental protection reasons. So a way to potentially look at some of these structures, things we've done in the past that are fundamentally conflicting with what we know about the system today, I think would be valuable as well. Obviously the predator relationship, the restoration, creating restoration habitat and predator density is a major issue. Aquatic invasive species, how do we do restoration without it simply becoming invaded by aquatic or non-native invasives is a major concern as well. So just some of our bigger issues that we confront on a fairly regular basis. Lastly, how the ISB can be more useful, or their reviews can be more useful. I'm not sure I have much to add other than just, real focus on distilling message down to the essence, and then broader distribution. Coming out and making presentations, I think, would be really valuable. Certainly, our board would welcome presentations on completed reviews. And I think that would be, and Eric's here, I think the commission would welcome the same, and that's a good way to get information out. So with that, I'll stop, say thank you. Great, appreciate the opportunity.
Good morning, thanks for inviting me to the panel. My comments were developed with input from our member agencies. In terms of most important and challenging science issues, I have a couple of ideas. We have a couple of ideas. One is to understand the overall mechanisms by which current or planned water operations impact listed delta species. For example, delta smelt and OMR, effects on OMR and on entrainment and survival. And to our way of thinking, if you understand the mechanisms, then you can perhaps look at management actions to minimize and lower take. The second idea is that although I understand that there's a monitoring enterprise being undertaken, it's not clear at this point what exactly that would entail. We believe that the suite of fish monitoring that supports the biological opinions could be reviewed. Currently, there's a number of different surveys occurring throughout the year, different gear, different techniques. Could improvements be made in that system of fish monitoring to gather data that's more critical for regulatory and management decisions? Carl mentioned FALX2 and not having perhaps the right sets of monitoring in place to evaluate that. And so just a review of the fish monitoring, and is it really answering the questions that are needed to be answered? And looking at things like, are the data sets strong enough to do statistical analysis on to evaluate certain metrics? Just looking at overall efficiencies, duplication of effort. Could some surveys be coordinated or consolidated in some way? Again, to lower take, make the whole system more efficient and responsive to management needs and regulatory needs. Could other tools such as eDNA or other non-lethal, non-invasive techniques be used in replace of some of the existing surveys. And for example, for winter run salmon, the SAIL has made recommendations to improve the current monitoring for salmon to improve the value for management, and are identifying things such as incorporating genetic run identification at key locations, developing trap efficiency estimates, et cetera. And by looking at the whole suite of monitoring, perhaps some of these ideas could be incorporated, and some of the things that are not working as well be changed. And another component of that is just a better understanding of longfin smelt populations and distributions and the best methods for sampling longfin smelt. There's been some increases in counts have been dropping during certain surveys. Is that the case for all the surveys? Just looking at the whole methods for longfin smelt. So that's fish monitoring. A third idea that we had was review of the planned monitoring to evaluate the restoration effectiveness. As Campbell indicated and Carl, there's a number of restoration projects that are coming on board. Is the monitoring system that's in place to monitor those restorations, are those studies able to determine if there are restoration benefits to the resources, and can those benefits be quantified? And are the objectives established for monitoring scientifically sound, or could there be improvements? And then our fourth area kind of dovetails with what Campbell was referring to, is just this notion of sequencing of restoration actions. There's, in my experience with the South Bay, there's just some, if you have a given slough, restoring one area upstream versus downstream of a slough can impact the restoration outcome of another restoration action, just in terms of hydrology, movement of sediment into that restoration that might impact its ability to develop into a marsh. So looking at the modeling or monitoring or whatever methods are available to inform those decisions on sequencing of restoration. And then in terms of regional science issues for additional Delta ISB focus, often the conceptual models that have been developed for the Delta identify contaminants, but that's kind of where they stop. And we think that there's a lot of literature out there on contaminant effects on a variety of aquatic species, including listed species or their food sources. And there's a large watershed which flows into the Delta, so there's multiple sources and multiple pathways for the contaminants to move from the 60,000 square mile watershed either to the Delta or for like salmon species to impact closer to the upper part of the watershed. So it would be helpful to have the ISB review the existing monitoring studies, fate and transport models, and other data models and monitoring to identify, what do we know about the contaminant effects, what do we still need to understand, and what are the best methods and approaches for gathering that information. And then in terms of making the ISB more useful, this is the only entity that focuses solely on science without overlapping into policy issues. And your continued focus on the adequacy of the science that supports management decisions and recommendations is vital and much appreciated. In terms of communication of reports and findings, potentially having maybe summary information of your reviews in sort of a one-page kind of cheat sheet that summarizes the salient points would be useful, that could be distributed to different state and federal agencies and boards. And then as Campbell mentioned, we also came up with the idea of doing actual oral presentations to some of the boards and agencies that would allow sort of a question-answer interactive component to your review. And that's it. Thank you.
Just a question. For those of you that have detailed prepared remarks, can we make sure that you get copies of those to us so that we can make sure they have been immortalized?
Cool. Hi, good morning. My name's Lisa Thompson. I'm with Regional SAN, the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, and I'm the chief scientist there. And my remarks today are on behalf of Regional SAN. Regarding your first question about the most important and challenging science issues, I think some of what I'm going to say is going to echo what we've heard from the other people. I've been listening as they kind of wrap up each of their comments. And I think the thing that I think is really important is helping us to get better at integrating science with policy and management. And that may, if the Delta Independent Science Board was going to do a review on that, you might want to be interacting with policy experts, not just the science and potentially social scientists, but I'm thinking of people who are maybe doing the policy, but not necessarily people from here, because there's always that issue of, are you getting someone who's independent enough because you're the Independent Science Board? So I'm not sure how to do that, but helping us get better at making that connection, because you really want to have science that gets used. And it's really tricky to have the scientists have the time to actually come out and talk to the managers because they're busy doing their science. Sometimes you get a product and you go, wow, that's really great science. I can totally see how you could publish that. And you guys have no idea what that's going to do from a regulatory standpoint. And it blows up and the stakeholders freak out and you get all these fights going on. So I think helping us to work through those processes would be helpful at getting the science used better. A second piece of that, and I think they kind of tie together, is helping us figure out better ways of sustaining monitoring and research. And we heard that come out of the Science Enterprise Workshop. It's something that we've heard from Cliff as lead scientist, Peter Goodwin before him, Cliff before him. This is an ongoing thing. I think, though, the more stakeholder buy-in you have and the more broad you have your funding sources, the more likely you're going to have some system of monitoring research that you can sustain through the ups and downs of the economy over decades and politics. In my time in California, you've seen times where the state has no money, you can get money from the feds. Sometimes it's the opposite. And I think having, a network, as an ecologist, some of those more complex systems are harder to run, but you're going to have more resilience when it comes to economic shocks or political shocks. So that's that piece. For the second question, in terms of regional science issues where we would like to see additional focus from the Delta Independent Science Board, again, I think it comes back to that integration of science with policy. And I don't know if that's something that would be a little too out of your comfort zones, but I think it'd be really helpful. And again, it's to make sure that the science that's getting done in the Delta is useful and it gets used. It can be great science, but having that close integration with the stakeholders and with policymakers, decision makers is really helpful. And it's kind of an iterative thing, I think, as the work progresses. And then the third question you had about how could the Delta Independent Science Board make the reviews more useful? I think first I want to say on behalf of Regional SAN, we find your reviews really, really useful, really valuable. We're very keen. We look for them when they come out. We often, as you will know, send a representative to listen in just as the things are coming hot off the press. We like the concise format. It's a good length. There's enough detail. We can go back and look for things, but it's something that we all read through, and you end up reading it from cover to cover. It's not like, okay, I read the executive summary, and now this thing's kind of going to go over there for later attention. You mentioned during the preamble here about having the prospectus for each of the reviews available for us to take a look at. I think that's really helpful. That's that kind of thing I'm talking about with getting stakeholder input. It's not the stakeholders come and tell you guys, we don't like what you said about the science, even though you're the experts. It's helping you put it in a context that is aware of the policy implications. It's not to make them go away. Laura mentioned contaminants. Guess what treatment plants may have in them, and a lot of other places too. So it's not like we're not aware that those things are out there, but having the science in a context where we all feel like the science is fairly done and broadly done with stakeholder input and lots of different scientists having input. Following on that, we understand that sometimes for these reviews, particularly when you're going out and doing stakeholder surveys and things, that you may need to get local contacts to help with that, may have to have consultants involved. And I think I just ask that you be sensitive to the relationships amongst the people in the Delta. We all have a lot of history, and people, one stakeholder group may view things that are happening differently depending on who is brought in as a consultant because of their past history. It's not to say that we're going to say don't have that person. It's just be aware of that viewpoint and see if there's a way to get other input so that people feel like there isn't something happening behind the scenes. Because it's funny, coming into this as a scientist a few years ago, I'm like, people can be so suspicious, and maybe it's like when you get a review back and it's an anonymous review and you're trying to guess who gave you that nasty review, right? It's that kind of perspective. No. I'm not naming names, but I think it could go either way, right? I mean, just as an example, if there's a flow review and somebody like me is consulting, and I've done flow work, but I used to work for Regional Sand, is that going to be fair? Maybe, but you'd have to be aware. It's like something I've had to deal with coming from academia to Regional Sand. Anything I do now as a scientist, I have to admit that people are going to see it as biased, no matter how hard I try not to be biased. And subconsciously, I may be. So you can't escape that. And so having lots of people be available to give input and give their perspective helps balance that. So it's just that kind of thing. Last thing I wanted to say was just, again, really appreciate your efforts. I was looking through and I was, astounded to see that there are 38 plus reviews that you've done. It's in the documentation you have for tomorrow. And I just genuinely want to say thank you for keeping up that strong academic commitment and concentration on these efforts when some of us are in so many meetings we can't see straight, and just providing that input. I know it's a lot of work over a lot of years, and it's annoying when you do that kind of work and you get kickback from, pushback from people. So, I was going to say kickback was the wrong word. I just get kicked back. Maybe that's where I was going with it. Anyway, that's it from me. Thanks very much for the opportunity to share some of our ideas with you.
Do I have to turn this on? I am Tom Zuckerman. I am a non-scientist, as I think I've expressed to you in the past. At best, I'm an osmotic scientist. Having spent 50 years of my life working on these issues, coming from a family that has been farming actively in the Delta for well over 100 years now, and it's a matter of some importance to me, and I've devoted my life's work to it, and I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to come as a non-scientist and talk to you on your important role. I want to join the kudos that you've been hearing from the rest of the speakers this morning for your work. I admire your body of work. I've witnessed it from the beginning and have nothing but nice things to say about your efforts. I consider it a breath of fresh air, quite frankly, in an otherwise fully politicized environment. And I would say that we've come to rely upon your work as a reflection of more or less the real science and the real truth that needs to be involved in this stuff. I'm going to try to respond to your first and third questions kind of together. The most important and challenging science issues, I think, that for you is to continue your role of condensing and explaining science in this process. By this, I mean to pick up a consistent theme of your work to date, where you've commented on the unwieldiness of 40,000 and 90,000 page documents, which are meant to inform the decision-making process. More recently, your criticism of the WaterFix EIR-EIS was right on. The sheer length, lack of organization, and lack of clarity renders these exercises almost useless for the purpose for which they are intended, hence your role in explaining and condensing these things. A more recent example is provided by the BIOPS on the California WaterFix, so lengthy and convoluted as to allow the project proponents to describe it along with significant portions of the press as green lighting of the project. Anyone bothering to read its 500-plus pages must reach a very different conclusion. The important and essential conclusions are reserved as to the North Delta intakes, the head of Old River improvements, the Clifton Court expansion, and most importantly, how it is to be operated. It's really impossible to determine, based upon this opinion, what the value or effects of the project might be under law. If the intention by this clearly top-down presentation was to create the impression that this project will address the needs of the water contractors who are expected to pay the multiple billions of dollars to build and operate the project, I would urge them to take a closer look. And I would urge you to condense and explain this document so that those who will be relying on it and on the reconsultations to come can make truly informed decisions as the law intends. In terms of regional issues deserving your focus, I have several I would like to comment on briefly. Picking up yet another of your persistent themes, the prevailing attitude about WaterFix seems to be that the issues are too difficult to address, so let's just build it and figure out how to operate it later. This is being called adaptive management. There are at least three things missing in this approach. One, testable hypotheses. You need to at least have articulated strategies about how the thing is supposed to work that can be tested to determine their validity as you move along. The second is objective governance. There needs to be something beyond a control structure dominated by the project operators and the water contractors to ensure that adaptive management will actually be employed. And the third and last is funding. Effective adaptive management will cost money, lots of it. Where is the commitment? The second subject is the need to reconcile sea level rise and earthquake vulnerability issues, not just in the Delta, but in the entire expanse of the water capture and distribution system. We are witnessing current vulnerability of aging dams and aqueducts to changing climate and over-extraction-induced subsidence and seismic issues. The health and durability of the whole system needs analysis, including costing. An interesting example of this issue arises in the recent white paper on WaterFix published by MWD to inform their directors' approval of the WaterFix project. After first attempting to justify the need for the project based upon aging delta levees, seismic vulnerability, and sea level rise, the paper goes on to minimize these threats to the project itself that they propose to build in the delta. Some reconciliation of these conflicting approaches is really needed. The third thing I wanted to address was the Western Delta Conveyance Facility concepts. I would urge you to take a good look at the type of Western Delta Conveyance Facility described by Robert Pike and others, which has been consistently ignored in the process that is supposed to be addressing options and our alternatives. Its positioning, reliance upon historic flow patterns, and good water quality in the Delta, and its capacity to actually incorporate big gulp and little sip approaches to capture and export of water are characteristics which would seem to deserve serious consideration, which it hasn't received. And last, I think you need to take a look at water quality needs in the Delta. Although this is clearly the bailiwick of the State Water Resources Control Board, recent discussions at the Stewardship Council demonstrated how poorly this subject is understood. You might well involve yourselves in shedding light on this subject of critical importance to the many beneficial users of water in the Delta, including the exporters who, I would remind you, will be relying on Delta diversions from the South Delta for about the next 20 years at a minimum. I have other things I would address given more time, but hopefully if there's more dialogue, some of these things will come up. But thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for your continuing efforts.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Brett?
Yes. Can people hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks for the invitation. I appreciate it. Sorry I couldn't be with you there in person. My name is Brett Milligan, and I'm professor of landscape architecture and sustainable environmental design at UC Davis in the Department of Human Ecology. And the views I'm expressing are my own and are based on the type of research I've been doing in the Delta, largely around restoration planning and design, and a year-long study we did on human uses of restored and naturalized landscapes within the Delta, and also doing some integrative scenario planning studies focused on infrastructural change. So the first question, most important and challenging science issues I see, I think one of the biggest is the integration of socio-ecological factors or social science issues into restoration and thinking about infrastructural change in the Delta. I believe this has already come up in some of the other speakers. I think some of this often goes under human dimensions of management decisions. But I think this is a big issue, and it's very tied also to building greater constituency and support for Delta science efforts. Within the Delta, the larger region, California, and nationally. I think both of these issues really came to light this past year at the Science Enterprise Workshop, that those are two critical factors that we're a little behind on comparative to other regions, such as other areas where people are dealing with large-scale restoration, ecological recovery, and those types of issues. And really thinking about how the science enterprise operates within social, cultural, and the urbanized realities of the Delta, or what many people are referring to as those wicked problems, that I think we've had a tendency in the past to sort of really focus on physical science and really neglecting the social or the integration of social and cultural aspects of that science. And so related to that, I really champion the Delta Independent Science Boards actually trying to take on Delta as evolving place. My experience in talking to policymakers and lots of people within the Delta, that this is quite an enigmatic term that people are having a really hard time coming to grappling with. And I think it's going to be a real challenge of how to try to bring those kinds of issues as a research stream that's comparable to the physical science streams we currently have in the Delta. And lastly, I think a bigger challenge is how to foster and evaluate more integrative, transdisciplinary, and forward-thinking research within the Delta, within this idea of the wicked problems that the Delta faces. I'm referring here specifically to a document, The Delta on Fast Forward, Thinking Beyond the Next Crisis, that came from within the science community, of how do we foster more exploratory science that's more projective or forward-looking? How do we do more scenario planning or thinking about creative methods of envisioning futures of the Delta, bringing in stakeholders and doing some thinking more about the future when we know all this change is going to happen, rather than just focusing on what is now. And Campbell brought up the Cache Slough Stage 1 restoration effort. I think that's a great example, a great start that we might build on of a more participatory project that brought in stakeholders, that was multifaceted, that was dealing with flood control, was dealing with landowner issues, was dealing with where restoration might happen. Regional science issues, more specifically, what the Delta ISB might focus on. Others have mentioned this, that I think there's a real opportunity for effective experimentation and adaptive management with all of the extended restoration that's planned to happen in the near future, particularly with the EcoRestore projects and some of the other restoration initiatives, such as for Delta Snout. My critique of some of this is the experiment here again, and avoids that this is also a human experiment in land conversion. going to have effects on local communities. There will be different ways that people will use these landscapes, including scientists. And how do we actually experiment with the human dimension of those projects as well as the physical science? Which I think leads to questions about adaptive management and integrative monitoring. I think it's interesting that integrative monitoring, as it's framed, doesn't yet include the human species as part of that, and I think that's something that we are trying to find a way to do more integrative modeling, because from the research we've done, we have found that a lot of these landscapes, particularly in restoration, they are heavily used by people, and they have impacts on local communities. They can have very positive impacts on local communities. And how do we bring a sense and study that as well as the physical aspects? Another thing I think is really important is how do we enroll broader participation of the public within the science enterprise? Again, to try to build greater constituency and support for science efforts. I think a lot of the science in the Delta is invisible to the larger population, such as how do we foster greater citizen science initiatives, volunteer opportunities, such as civic ecology kinds of opportunities, and increasing public awareness of science and restoration efforts. My last point would be how might the DISB bring more specificity and rigor to the notion of Delta's evolving place? Now that we've brought that on the table, again, I think a lot of researchers are pretty vexed by this idea, and are there ways that we might identify more tangible, targeted research streams within this that might initiate more research within the topic? I think also thinking of science and how science acts in the Delta as a notion of place. My experience with people who are doing field research, scientists in the Delta, is they would actually like to have stronger ties to local communities and recreationists and other folks who are out there in the Delta, and how can we bring these other notions of place or into this? And along with that, again, mentioning the cash fluid example of how do we bring in more participatory modes of getting the public involved or stakeholders involved in some of these projects. Last question, how might the Delta ISB be more useful in its reviews? I think everybody else has covered this really well. I really agree with what other people said. The brevity of the reports, the readability, how much the presentations are really valuable, doing some outreach with the communities. And I think a big thing is, too, is the up of how the reports get revisited and on what time scale. Something like Delta's evolving place, at what point will the DISB go back and revisit those? Is there some sort of timeline of checking in on some of these things? That's all I have.
Okay, I'd like to thank the members of the panels and and now open it up to general questions and discussion. Any of the board members have questions?
I'd just like to say I thought it was wonderful to hear these presentations. And the first couple of speakers were lamenting the fact that we can't always have the science we need at the time when we need it. And there was a wonderful quote in a paper by Griggs et al. This year saying, "Waiting for scientific certainty is neither prudent nor wise."
Thanks, Joy. John?
Yeah, I was trying to get my name tag to stand up straight, but there's too much yawl in the boat, so wouldn't do it. Several of you mentioned adaptive management, which is a subject dear to my heart. And I'm wondering if you have thoughts about how we can carry forward the work we've already done on adaptive management. We issued a report, although it was lengthy, apparently it was, from what you said, not absurdly lengthy. Of course, you've got the EIS documents as an axis of comparison, so it's perhaps easy to be short. But we made several recommendations in there. And in particular, some of them relate to what Carl was mentioning at the outset. How do you get leadership for this kind of thing? How do you ensure the long-term funding that is going to be required for the monitoring that is the foundation of adaptive management? I would hope with that report that we've moved the needle a bit beyond simply talking about adaptive management to actually thinking about doing something about adaptive management. And there are programs underway that are doing it. Integrating it is a more difficult matter. And I'm just wondering, this is sort of an example of the broader issue of what should be the ISB's role in pushing the recommendations and thoughts we have further. Do we just put them out there and leave them for people like you to pick them up, praise them, forget about them, whatever? Or are there things we can be doing to be more proactive or more active in pushing these things forward?
This is Carl Wilcox. I think from my perspective, it's part of your charge is to keep track of the application of adaptive management. And I think that is something that needs to be monitored. I mentioned the adaptive management program for the BIOPS and the WaterFix. That's going to move forward. It has a collaborative component. It has a decision-making component, but we're going to be sorting that out over the next couple of years to really figure out how it's going to work. It's like nothing is, you can lay out the framework, but then there's the implementation. And how do you make all these things fit together? Because it's made up of a disparate collection of parts. Existing monitoring programs, new things that we need to do, things that Laura referred to as far as, as suggestions about reviewing the existing assessment monitoring programs. There's definitely going to be change as we move forward to better address particularly these issues around mechanisms and the relationships. But I think one of them is tracking how that program is implemented, because it is, a core element of, adaptive management within the Delta. We talk about EcoRestore. Well, most of EcoRestore are requirements under the authorizations. And decisions about their implementation are going to be made in the forum of the BIOPS, not someplace else, or in the authorizations. So I think it's really critical that the board look at how that program is implemented and keep an eye on it.
Jay?
I've really enjoyed all your comments, and I really do hope that when you've written them down, I see Tom's is written in longhand. Please make a Xerox copy or scan it in and send it on to us, because you all have had really useful things to say, and I want to make sure we don't miss them and that we have opportunities to reflect on them, and it's much easier if we have them in written form. On adaptive management, I agree with everything you've all said, and certainly what you've said, Carl. I'm a little bit frightened by the idea of the science board implementing a monitoring program for the implementation of adaptive management. It seems like we could easily become part of the problem this way. But I see some value in it. In terms of us getting out more, which is another theme that I detect in some of your remarks, perhaps it would be useful, and I'd be interested in your reactions to this, for us to have a smaller group of us going out and talking to the agencies about the implementation of adaptive management, and perhaps commissioning a series of either meetings or small workshops where the agencies, which presumably are genuinely interested in implementing adaptive management, would come together and talk about how they will actually do it and commit resources to doing it, with the knowledge that, yes, we will be looking over your shoulder from time to time. But I'm not sure what more we could do than something like that. I was also curious, Carl, I liked your discussion of adaptive management, but does the Department of Fish and Wildlife see it implementing adaptive management together with the other agencies, and how's that going to work?
Well, first off, I don't, if you took my remarks to indicate that the ISB should be implementing, monitoring, that is, I don't think, that's not the role for the ISB. But I think...
I mean, I'm thinking of us monitoring the institutions.
Yeah, but I think that is an important thing, and being involved in that and commenting on it as it's rolled out and implemented. And is it being implemented as has been described and authorized. As far as the decision-making process, I think we've tried to describe the decision-making process within the adaptive management program. And it relates to the regulatory authorizations. And, you know, I think all of our agencies, at least from the fishery side, have tried to accommodate the ability to adaptively manage based on new science and information as it relates to our charges under the State and Federal Endangered Species Act in relationship to authorizing the water projects. So I think, you know, that is the decision-making framework. You know, some things are within the purview of the projects. Other things are within the purview of the fishery agencies as they relate to their authorizations for those projects. And so that's the dynamic that's going to occur within those 5 agencies. And when there's a decision ultimately that's made that's relative to regulation, then that rests with our agency, let's say for longfin smelt, since we're the ones that are authorizing issues associated with it, or us and nymphs if it relates to, you know, co-listed species, or nymphs if it's steelhead or sturgeon. So, so that's kind of the dynamic there relative to the decision-making process. You know, there's also the role of the Water Board as it relates to the Water Quality Control Plan and their regulatory authority, and what ultimately they, you know, assuming they authorize a change in point of diversion, how they permit that and what criteria they set on that. So, you know, there are multiple places from a regulatory perspective, and then there's the kind of the broader science issues that I think would be issues that would rise, particularly the Stewardship Council, as far as the broader issues in the Delta.
Joe, were you next?
Can I just add just a little bit? I think at a slightly different scale, we have a single funding source, Proposition 1. We're anticipating future bond funds to do restoration. We ask all of our applicants to provide an adaptive management and monitoring plan. We coach them on how to do that, how to think through that. We get those independently reviewed. And the last thing we ask them is to tell us how they're going to make that continue after the 3 years we can fund them to do it. So we hear a lot of pushback that, you know, we're asking a lot, and we're asking them to come up with funding, or we're asking them to do something that we can't continuously fund beyond 3 years. So that's just an issue and a challenge in the system. I love your idea about the panel or working a smaller group to do outreach. I think I would certainly broaden that to think about how we do that outreach to the general public as well, just the Delta community to better understand and distill information down and push it out so that they're getting the benefit of that too and seeing that it's happening. Thanks.
Tom?
At the risk of being repetitive, I don't think you will have adaptive management without funding set aside and without some kind of an objective governance process from the outset, I think you could play a role in trying to achieve those things. The testable hypotheses are maybe spread out in a number of different directions, but I think you play a role there too. But you are advisory to the Delta Stewardship Council, which has a certain amount of legislative power over the selection of how options are supposed to be considered and implemented. And I think if you continue to get up on your hind legs and insist that these things be part of the process, others will help along that line. And I would encourage you to continue your efforts in that regard.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, again, Kyle pointed out a very important aspect, the uncertainty. So you really wanted to look at certain issues, large-scale issues like drought, intense rainfall, those kinds of issues. There is a certain amount of embedded uncertainty because, the science understanding is quite limited at this time. Now, the question is, most of the time, agencies, they want to meet, certain goals and, put out the fires and move on. And they don't have manpower to sit down and look at these issues and identify the sources of uncertainty, mechanisms of uncertainty, which I don't know whether the agencies are willing to do that. So that has to come from somewhere. Maybe a Delta Science program can be a source where more of a broad, longer-term thinking about these issues, identifying uncertainty sources, as you mentioned, which is a very good thing. So is there any thoughts from you and the whole panel? How should we go about? We have certain immediate needs, meeting them rather than understanding full science, get it done, and move forward. Then there's this broader, longer time scale issue of understanding the mechanisms so we can address them. So are there any thoughts on that? That how should you go about looking at that longer time scale, providing the science base, improved science base for that type of identification?
Well, I'll just jump in because I think this is someplace that the ISB and the science program can be helpful. Tom talked about testable hypotheses. Well, we're trying to, through the CSAMP process, particularly as it relates to some of the flow issues, develop testable hypotheses. These are testable, though, in the context of the natural environment, which, limits them as opposed to going into the laboratory and testing something specific. So we're, controlled by what we're given, by the requirements, by what nature gives us. So I think, helping with particularly developing or rendering opinions about what would be appropriate hypotheses would be helpful, particularly, putting those out and, allowing some discourse and evaluation about them. Because, it's a struggle to develop those in a testable and effective way to really get at the core issues. And part of that then goes to the long-term science that needs to be done and the scope of the science, and how long it needs to go on to really be able to come up with some statistically meaningful or even qualitatively meaningful information to help you make decisions in the long run to implement adaptive management. So I guess that's my 2 cents on that.
If I could add to that, just to echo what Carl said, I think, in your review of adaptive management or monitoring, looking at the statistical foundation, how the samples are going to be analyzed when you collect the data, and not just collecting data and deciding later how you will statistically analyze it. So looking at the monitoring programs ahead of time, do you have sufficient samples? Is it the correct spatial, temporal distribution, et cetera. In addition to the techniques, what's the statistical analysis? Because that will help you get to at least, probability estimates of uncertainty, at least in some quantitative way, hopefully.
Okay, Dick?
Yeah, I'm struck that an hour of discussion went by before Tom mentioned the council, and 5 minutes later, Carl mentioned the science program. And I guess we phrased the questions incorrectly, because the Independent Science Board is fresh and wonderful, and all the positive things you said about us because we're independent, and yet you're definitely asking us to be more engaged, and then we're not independent. And it seems to me that's exactly where the science program, ought to be filling that gap better. Our difficulty is we can really only speak as a board, so it's very difficult for one of us to be on the spot and be the board. We're not. We are very different people, and together we can say some, somewhat wise things. But sometimes, yeah. But the difficulty of getting the 10 of us engaged is, I think you really need to add in the science program as we think about how science is working with respect to the board, and that's my comment. Yeah.
Tracy, do you have any questions?
No, I've listened to all this, and I've taken a lot of notes on what people have said. It's been really positive. To Laura, I would say, look to the water quality review for some of the questions on needing to do more about contaminants, and just mention that they're an issue. We're trying to grapple with that. But further, that's going to be really well, we're going to try to integrate those issues that you talked about on the monitoring of contaminants and fluxes. That's probably going to come in the monitoring review rather than the water quality review, but stay tuned.
I just have one general question, and it kind of relates to how our reviews can be more effective and useful. And we've heard good suggestions about how, giving presentations or one-pagers and things like that. And we've done a lot of discussion on that, and it turns out that the way we've done the reviews and more recently has been to use a variety of those depending on the type of the review. In some cases, in adaptive management, there was a separate paper written and published and things like that. So, but my question relates to the reviews themselves. Is there anything in terms of the content of the review that somehow we're missing in terms of getting that hook that would make something more useful? I know that's a difficult question. We struggle with it with every review, but if there's anything that pops in your minds on that? I didn't say the panel was going to be easy, so. Tom?
For quite a while, I have felt that one of the things that's missing in the science program generally is the ability to consolidate the work that's going on in one location. I think the estuary publication that you have now is helpful in that regard, but I think as a former practicing lawyer, I used to read law reviews a lot, and I've often thought that maybe what's missing here is an academic institution that would take on the obligation to review all of the science that's coming out and try to condense it and present it in a kind of a one place, with making the connections between the different research projects that are going on. And I don't know exactly how you could accomplish that, but I'm sure universities need funding and so forth. But if there was a source that could sponsor that kind of an effort, I think it would be very, very helpful to the effort.
You know, in some sense, it reminds me of programs like the Sea Grant program, of course, which is coastal focused, but has a large extension program, and the role of the extension folks are to be that interface between the science, all the science that's going on in the coastal areas, and the stakeholders of all sorts. And the same sort of thing applies to the land grant extension programs. I don't know if there's any that are more regionally focused, like a delta-based kind of a thing, but that is a mechanism. You do have land grant and sea grant folks that cover part of the area, but they're not delta focused.
That's something that the State of Bay Delta Science episodes are in principle supposed to address, to kind of take topics and do in theory, a 5-year evaluation of where things stand. I gather from your comment that that's not filling the role the way you would anticipate it?
I think it's filling the role for the participants, but I don't see that it's getting an audience.
So you're thinking something that is more reader-friendly, public consumption kind of.
It's something where there's an editorial effort, to try to make sense out of the disparate things that are going on a current basis, rather than just a bunch of individual presentations or poster boards or whatever the current techniques are.
So you're asking really that scientists get out of their rut and communicate with people.
Right.
Be careful what you wish for.
Well, you're all very good at it in your professorial roles, and there's a need for a more readable, I guess you would say, or accessible condensation of the knowledge that we have so that it can become more readily usable in the decision-making processes.
If I could comment on that. In my position working as lead scientist for the South Bay Salt Pond Restoration Project, we had I hope I get the name right, the Center for Collaborative Policy folks that were contracted. These are people who specialize in outreach, and they are wonderful. Those kinds of folks are wonderful about being able to translate very technical information into formats and language that even a well-educated policymaker can understand, but that it's not necessarily their background. And I would write letters for our newsletter, articles for our newsletter, and I think I would just, work really hard to dumb it down, or what I thought was dumbing it down. And these folks would come in and just make it all the much better and more digestible. So I would suggest maybe, the ISB doesn't need to do that, but to turn to the Delta Science Program and their resources for outreach and the sort of translation, I call it, of science into English. That's more understandable. There's different formats, there's different language cues that you use. I mean, it's a whole art and science in and of itself. So not that you shouldn't go before people, but there's expertise in that area. So utilize it and rely on it.
So just to follow up on that, I think, there are some mechanisms. The estuary newsletter could probably be, they do a good job of characterizing issues current and looking to more broadly distribute that. They're also, on a quarterly basis, as part of the IEP program for the directors, there are science summaries that are done by the lead scientist, which could be incorporated into that, as well as expanding the reach of the IEP newsletter, which is irregularly produced and looks at particularly current science and investigations that are underway. So I think that's something that particularly the science program, as a synthesizer and a distributor of current science could be helpful there in trying to maybe improve those communication methods.
Just very quickly, sit on the California Roundtable for Agriculture and the Environment, and we had a meeting yesterday, and the whole day was on communications, and it was really fascinating. So it was very, very, yeah, not at all. But I think one of the things that, just very quickly, one of the things I thought that just was so striking to me, we had some real leaders in messaging for some of the agricultural interests in the state, talking to us about what people think and believe and how to communicate to them. And one of the things the guy said that I just thought was brilliant was, we consistently underestimate the capacity of people to understand and overestimate their attention span. Which is, I mean, that's across the board, and it really bears out in all the statistical analysis that they presented. So anyway, it's just, I thought that was really compelling.
Okay, well, I would like to thank the panel again. There's been a lot of great ideas you brought up, and thanks again. We're scheduled for a 10-minute coffee break, and we'll reconvene at 10:40, and if the second panel can mosey on up to their positions up here by then, that'd be great. Thanks. Well, welcome back, everybody, and I would like to welcome our second panel, and we're just going to follow the same procedure we did the first time, and just have each of you give a short presentation of your best ideas for us, and then we'll open it up to questions. So, Eric, you want to go first?
Great, thank you, Dr. Brandt and members of the board. I'm going to speak from the perspective of Delta as a place, and I first would second many of the comments that Tom Zuckerman and Brett Milligan made in the previous panel. And I'm with the Delta Protection Commission, and that's really what we concern ourselves with, is the unique Delta values, Delta agriculture, recreation, culture, and natural resources. And in thinking about important and challenging science issues, I really hone in on three particular areas, and I'll be brief in talking about these. But the first is, and I know, first off, really appreciate the work that the board has done on the Delta's Place white paper. And I've had conversations with Dick Norgard and Brian Atwater about this in particular. And the challenge as we venture into away from more, I guess my term, more hard science into softer science in terms of Delta's place. But what I want to mention today, I think, is really firmly in the hard science category in terms of important and challenging issues. And the first is levees, which is really the foundation upon which all Delta as place rests, literally and figuratively. And a few thoughts in this regard. One, there's certainly a strong belief from within the Delta region that there's a real importance to the system-wide nature of the Delta levee system. This is something we've struggled with in the in the levy prioritization work that the Delta Stewardship Council has presented, and anything that can further focus or shine attention on that question, I think, would be critically important. Tom Zuckerman mentioned seismic risk, and kudos to the board for the work on the seminar last year. I think it was the board, maybe it was the Delta Science Program, maybe it was a joint effort. But that was a great effort, and we believe that more work looking at truly defining the seismic risk to delta levees is critically important, really shine more light on this question and try to separate more of the fiction from the fact relative to actual seismic risk of the system as it currently exists. And then finally, sea level rise and the impact on delta levees. I'm a little confused because I see different numbers bandied about. The Stewardship Council talks about, I believe, a 55-inch sea level rise, the date I'm blanking on at the moment. I also read the reference in the Metropolitan Water District white paper looking at 18 inches of sea level rise in the vicinity of the intakes, proposed intakes for the Delta tunnels. That's quite a gap between those two numbers. So I don't know what the science program, what the science community, and ultimately what role the science board might play on shining further light on that issue, but that would be an important one. Second of three areas I wanted to talk about was invasive weeds. From the Delta perspective, this is critical for both agriculture and recreation. Obviously, it's critically important for the aquatic environment as well. And I'm afraid it's an issue that's going to continue to plague us throughout the region. Adding on to that, something our commission heard about this past year and was very concerned about, not only from a public health perspective, but even from an agricultural perspective, is the increasing problems we're experiencing with harmful algal blooms. I realize that's not just a Delta issue, that's an issue statewide. And it's pretty alarming to read that we're having harmful algal bloom issues in a number of our inland lakes in a year like this, where you think, boy, this is the one year where we should not be having those type of problems. And touch wood with my foot, I think. So far, none of that in the Delta itself, although we certainly had problems with that last year and in previous years. I don't have any real prescriptions on that. We just feel it's an emerging issue of concern, and whatever the science board and the science program can do on that would be much appreciated. And then finally, the third issue is something that came up in the context of the drought, which is water consumption by Delta agriculture and by extension, water consumption by Delta natural habitat. The drought brought this issue into greater focus with questions such as, if there's less agriculture in the Delta, will that free up more water for export? And even more direct questions of what's the actual consumptive water use of agricultural uses of land in the Delta versus what would be there in the absence of agriculture, which is presumably natural habitat and vegetation of some sort. There's certainly a perception out there that if you had less agriculture in the Delta, you'd have more water, which Delta interests contest that strongly. And anything that can be done to shed more light on that question, I think, would help in terms of water management throughout the system. And then finally, I'm not going to address them, but it's a little bit outside of the Commission's bailiwick, but adaptive management, I really appreciated the discussion on the previous panel. I would second the comments made about what role the Independent Science Board can play in looking at alternatives to Cal WaterFix. I know there's great momentum for that project to proceed in the if it does not ultimately proceed, what are the alternatives to that to ensure the state meets its co-equal goals? We're a little vexed as well by the insufficient attention that was paid to alternatives to Cal WaterFix in the environmental analysis by the proponents. And I appreciate the comments made about the West Delta intake proposal earlier. That should definitely receive more analysis and review than it has. And then finally, to conclude, just longer-term research. For the unique Delta values, levees are not only the foundation, but water quality is a foundation as well. What is really needed to sustain Delta agriculture and habitat from a Delta as place perspective, that's critically important. And I think with that, I'll conclude. I'd be happy to take questions now or later. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. My name is Les Grober. I'm the Deputy Director for Water Rights at the State Water Resources Control Board. And thank you very much for allowing me to chat with you again and talk about the help you've been providing us and the help I hope that you can give us and others in the future. So I'd like to call out specifically some years ago you helped direct the effort, and I'll just back up for a moment because there was some discussion I heard this morning which is interesting, what is your role? I always consider you, and I was just checking, there's 10 of you, I consider you kind of like a Supreme Court. You give the lofty, high-level direction for us because we've been working closely with the science program, but also with you. But what we get from you is like, are we going in the right direction, or do we need a course correction? So you did that for phase 1 when you opined on what we had put together in the scientific basis and with regard to the use of unimpaired flow and things like that. And then we hope that we've improved upon that when we went into our phase 2, which is the Sacramento River flows and the rest of the watershed. And it's those thoughts that we then helped us to fold it into an update of that report that then we could prepare and submit for the health and safety peer review that we're required to do. So we're looking forward to you seeing that to see, did we get it right? Because again, that's what you do well, is are we getting it right or wrong? What's the course correction? Moving forward, what we see, and not to make light of it here, but I guess it's just 3 things which encompass a bunch of other things. It's adaptive management, adaptive management, adaptive management. It's a tough balancing act, and some of what you've opined on and some of the comments we get is how prescriptive should we be, need we be in developing that. Our role, what we see as a regulatory agency, we want to provide just enough directive prescription just so that the job gets done, but not so much so that we box people in so that it can't be done well. So the ongoing theme here is what we see as your role is to kind of check in occasionally, and at the lower level, no, not lower in a bad way with the science program, getting into the weeds on certain things, but then for you to kind of look and how's this thing going. So that being said, the most important and challenging, and yes, I think that those are the same thing, it's the adaptive management. It's how to carry out that large coordinated adaptive management for the entire Delta watershed, but recognizing that we're going to need to parse that up, which we've done already. We have the phase 1 for the San Joaquin River, for the San Joaquin River flows. We also have a Southern Delta salinity element, and then there's going to be the rest of the Delta watershed and in Delta. So we hope to work, as I said, with the science program and you in getting those course corrections. So we're working to establish the reasonably protected flows for the San Joaquin, the Sac watershed, and also other priority streams statewide and within the Delta watershed. So there's going to be that scale level because we think we're going to need to do the micro scale on individual watersheds, but it's all going to need to be connected, which is the thing, quite frankly, we're wrestling with. How do we do those flow prescriptions and other prescriptions and have it all work as part of a whole in the end? So that's one element of that, is that we would be checking in. How does that get connected in the end, if that makes sense? Another thing related to the adaptive management is going to be the need for reviewing the different technical elements, and was spoken to just earlier. with regard to the testable hypotheses and things like that. We've got the big picture things like, the fall X2 we did some years ago, could again be doing this year. How do we deal with events that they're rare events and a rare fish, and we all have some good ideas about what needs to be done, but how can this really be an experiment so that we correctly use adaptive management to make sense of it? Another specific thing we've called out in more detail as part of the phase 1 is the identification of biological goals. What are you actually trying to achieve? We have our narrative objectives in terms of keeping fish in good condition and setting objectives that reasonably protect them. And this is for flows and other things. But again, the core function of the board is flows, water quality control planning, other things like that. But in broad recognition that it's not just about the flows, it's about the other things that need to be brought to bear. So for the San Joaquin River, we've identified what we think are biological goals. One of those check-ins could be, well, are we getting it right in terms of the things we're looking at? Abundance, productivity as measured by population growth rate, genetic and life history diversity, population extent and structure. So we'll need some review and assessment as we do that kind of feedback loop in the adaptive management. Are we looking at the right things and are we doing it right? And again, not to get into the weeds, because what we envision is in the crafting of these adaptive management plans, we would expect, and we've identified for the San Joaquin, this thing called the STEM working group, the Stanislaw, Tuolumne, and Merced, that for them to develop getting into the weeds of that adaptive management, they'd be working and get it vetted by, say, the Delta Science Program and working with that. We've had some discussion along those lines. But then as it gets further along at a higher level, again, you give that course correction. Are we doing it right? Is this really, is this wise? Another thing kind of related to this is how to do the water accounting for this very complex framework that we're developing. We're going to have flows as part of what the board is working on coming from all the tributaries and the Delta watershed. You've looked at the phase 2 report. It begs the question of then, if we're creating this water budget, how do you actually, there's two elements to that. How do you actually track that water budget? But then even more important, how do you determine how to get the best bang for the buck? And that gets the feedback loop into what is this an experiment, or are we actually going to learn something? But it seems from our perspective, from my perspective, the board perspective, we need to develop that budget of water and then identify other things and then see what can we do with that and recognizing the limits of what we have to work with. So finally, how can the ISB make reviews more useful, be helpful? I've heard the discussion earlier. I also like the idea of you getting out there more, but I understand working for a board and me talking about things, it's like you don't speak with one voice, but I think you can speak sufficiently with one voice because it would be incredibly powerful to, say, occasionally meet before the State Water Board. Dr. Cliff Dam and other lead scientists have done so, and the board is very appreciative of that because they just want to get, again, those broad strokes about what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong. Please give us course corrections. So with that, I'll probably have some other things to say when you have questions, but thank you very much.
Oh, it's that thing. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Chakowski. I'm the San Francisco Bay Delta Science Coordinator for the U.S. Geological Survey. And looking at the panels, I think I'm the only federal agency representative on the panels, so only one left. So USGS doesn't have a management mission, so I'm not going to comment on any management priorities that we have. Most of ours are internal, and they're just intended to be sure that our science mission succeeds. What I would like to do, though, in just a short time, is make a few personal comments about the role of the ISB and what makes the ISB effective. The first is that the ISB is unique in this system in that it's a standing committee with a global brief with respect to science that occurs here. I think that suggests, as you've heard from some of the other panelists, that the ISB has the platform to opine on issues that affect everyone. They affect the conduct of science by everyone who's conducting science. That the ISB has the opportunity to influence the way that policymakers and managers in this system perceive science. So you have a pretty big platform. Because of that, I think, and based on having read most of the ISB's products over the years, I think the ISB is most effective when it looks at things at the, at a high level, at a more global level. I think you're in a position to advise that panels be appointed to address specific science issues, but most of those, I think, are more effectively dealt with by dedicated panels that are just looking at those issues. So a few things that come to my mind that the ISB seems well suited for. First, providing advice to managers, policymakers, stakeholders, and the public on what scientific uncertainty means, what it means to scientists, what it potentially means to decision makers, and to generally help policymakers, decision makers, stakeholders understand how scientific information can be used, when it should trip up a decision, when it shouldn't, how policymakers can make decisions in the absence of information. And there, in some cases, as you heard earlier, I should say all cases of any importance, there are uncertainties that exist at the time decisions are made. In some cases, decisions have to be made with very little information about what's going to happen, and that's why we have this recurring dialogue about adaptive management and how decision makers can frame state, federal, other actions so that they can accommodate the fact that we'll be learning things down the road and they're going to affect how we manage things. Again, I think the ISB is in a position to provide that sort of advice. I think you might want to consider what the most effective vehicle for that kind of advice is. I don't think it's necessarily always just reports. It may be that there's a role for the ISB as a body to have a direct dialogue with policymakers from time to time or at some level in order to hash these things out. Having worked for a number of policymakers on the federal side, I know that they all view scientific uncertainty in different ways, and I think some direct exchange of questions, answers, opinions between those policymakers and a body like the ISB, which is a disinterested body from the point of view of policy, could be helpful. So you might want to think about that going forward. A second role that the ISB can serve that I think is very helpful is to provide guidance and assistance to the various parties that are contributing science in this system on scientific process. I think one of the challenges that we face is that people, when they're faced with a decision, when they're faced with addressing the consequences of what what scientists think they've learned and what they've put out in papers, is that sometimes these things are difficult to accept, depending on the interests of the parties who are being asked to accept them. And it would be very helpful, I think, on an ongoing basis if the ISB were to help establish and reinforce standards for the scientific process that results in information being put in front of decision makers. That depersonalizes science, I think, to some degree. It's obviously not going to eliminate positionalism, but it could be very helpful if there were standard processes that are widely accepted for the production, review, and interpretation of scientific information that could be used to at least put a stamp at the end of the day on science that says this has met the procedural standards that we've set forth. A third thing that the ISB can do is, and this actually is something that that was discussed quite a bit at the Science Enterprise Workshop last November, is to, if not break the silos that different organizations are in, at least ignore them when framing advice. And I'm not being flip about this, but I think people tend to have their own frames of reference, and sometimes their frames of reference prevent them from seeing the bigger picture. We always have discussions about whether there are enough resources to do science in this system. And the general consensus here, as it is everywhere, is no, we don't. But we do have resources. And I have heard Carl Wilcox commented to me previously that some people in his orbit had estimated that $75 million or so is spent annually on producing new science in this system. That is not a small number. And one role the ISB can help others to do is to see the bigger picture, what people are doing. You can help them reflect internally on whether they're spending their own resources efficiently, whether they should be working more closely with others so that they can conduct some activities in common and achieve efficiency benefits that way. But making people see things outside of their own narrow interests, outside of their own sandboxes is part of that. And the last thing I want to say is that people tend to treat Delta Science as a technical undertaking, as strictly a natural science-driven technical undertaking, and most of the people who are doing science are doing either things that activities that are within what we normally call the natural sciences, or they're doing engineering studies that are related, but more focused on specific actions that agencies might take. I think we've heard from a lot of people, and the ISB has discussed that the reality is that the science that we do here is really, it's inextricably also a social enterprise, and there's a social science aspect to what we do. Understanding why people take positions, what human development is likely to entail in the future, and understanding that there's a social aspect to science as well as to management, that the legitimacy of what science has produced here depends on understanding that. And I think people tend to, I think a lot of people informally do understand that, but I think you could help integrate the social sciences more closely into what's done in this system, and I think that would be to the benefit of everyone. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thanks for the opportunity to sit here.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'm Pat Johnston with the Delta Stewardship Council. The ISB is the best idea out of the 2009 legislation. You write pretty clearly most of the time. That's good. And you do follow up. You stick with an issue, as Les mentioned. So whether it's unimpaired flows or functional flows, you stick with the issue over time, and you add advice or even change observations and advice. That too is very important for all of us engaged in evaluating and trying to be helpful in improving the Delta itself. When you looked at WaterFix, you also cited observations you previously made, some of which were addressed and some of which weren't, and so you point that out again. So you recognize progress, and then you reaffirm where there needs to be more work done or more explanation. And almost in tension with that, on the WaterFix discussion, you say there's too many pages, too much information, too hard for people to digest, that in the development of learning as much as we can and explaining it, we've lost sight of the forest for the trees. I think that's what you said. And I think that's a good critique. And one of the things at the council, when like John has presented and others, and Jay and many of you at DIG presented, you've been able to explain to essentially lay people what the scientific information is in an understandable way. So that communication feature is important. And really, I think your implied criticism sort of collectively of where we've come is that we've been weighted down by information that ends up being reviewed by judges with a reduced ability to communicate to the public or to interested parties who have a stake in the issues what exactly we're doing if we want to change the point of diversion and what the issues are that matter in doing that. So I think that's a good function, and I think in your own writing you try and do that, which is elevate what's important. I think the thematic review approach is helpful to all of us because it gives continuity over important issues over time. As you go forward, the adaptive management challenge, which you were very good at explaining to us what's at stake here, and in your writings have said you gotta design it before you do the project, not as you do the project, and you got to figure out how to pay for it so that it doesn't fall by the wayside in the future, if it's going to be so critical as it must be for the long-term health of the Delta. So on those issues, on flows and fishes, and on areas of improvement in the food web and the interface between land and water, the effects on the Delta of salinity, what about tailwater coming off of agricultural activities on the islands? What's the effect there of the quality of that water? These are all areas that in water quality you can continue to study and we can learn more. I noted Eric mentioned seismic study, and that was a good one. I think it was Brian who was speaking before us about how, well, with the Napa earthquake, we actually learned something new about risk, and the risk was perhaps more modest than greater than the greater fears that had been raised previously. And so that's worth taking into account and studying over a long period of time. Advocates of different points of view and different interests take your work and utilize it as they see fit. But really, your work is a safe zone for all of us to go to and learn from. In my many years in the Capitol, I came to the conclusion that if you're talking about water policy, there's two principles. One is that if you tell me where you live, I'll tell you what your theory of water is for your area and the whole state, because everything flows from where you are. The second principle is that when we all talk about water, scientists excluded, we're half right, which means that we're mostly all half wrong. So as a result, when we hear discussions, whether it's, well, yesterday there were statements, Maven had them, on reactions to the House bill dealing with California water that passed yesterday. And so my former colleagues, Congressman Jim Costa said one thing about it, Congressman John Garamendi said another. Were they talking about the same bill? Well, their perspectives were different. They're both smart people. They've been involved in water for decades. They're very good. One represents the southern San Joaquin Valley. One represents north of Sacramento. Their views are different. So your island of sanity in the world, in the sea of confusion, is most welcome. And fortunately, I think, I'm sure you feel this tension instinctively, professionally, which is, I'm not involved in politics, I'm not involved in policy. I'm doing research and I'm going to make that available. But I think you feel the tension and you've reacted well by being willing to serve on the board, which is to engage, invite us, but engage regularly with regulators and policymakers at all levels to try and figure out how to bring to bear the best science on policy decisions that are being made for better or worse.
Thank you. I'm Sam Luoma. I was with the U.S. Geological Survey for 32 years where I'm still emeritus, and then in 2007 I moved on to the University of California, Davis, where I'm a half-time research ecologist in the John Muir Institute of the Environment. For full disclosure, I was the first lead scientist of the CalFed Bay Delta program, and that was kind of the predecessor of today's Delta Stewardship Council science program, so I have a lot of interest in the science program still. Also, I'm editor-in-chief of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science. I'm on the Collaborative Adaptive Management Team, and I don't know, I hope you know what that is, but if you don't, it's a group of many of the major stakeholders, and we look at and talk about science that will narrow the gaps that drive contentious issues in many aspects of water management, primarily focused on project effects, but expanding. And finally, I'm also chairman of the board of Save the Bay, the oldest NGO supporting protection of San Francisco Bay. I'm going to talk about 5 things today, briefly, kind of in the order from the lowest to the highest priority, some of them very broad. First of all, my expertise is in the study of contaminants in aquatic environments, and Tracy and Laura mentioned that before. I think this is one area that's of the stressors. We know pretty much much about many of the stressors. This is an area I think that has been underfunded to some degree, especially I think the question about pesticides and runoff. I think this is a very specific area that is worth advocating, at least building our understanding of that. Part of the problem is that this is a really fragmented field and it's difficult to work in it for a single system, but I just mentioned that. If you have questions about that later, that's fine. But I'd really like to talk from a broader perspective, from my years of kind of looking at, in a broad sense, at science in the Bay Delta. There are 4 pillars, I think, to a base of knowledge in a system like this. And I think, so I'm going to talk a little bit about maybe gaps with regard to each one of those. The first pillar, I think, are the targeted applied studies that we've mostly heard about today. I think the IEP, the agencies, the foundations through the Center for Watershed Science have done, I think, a good job in sustaining targeted research. I mean, we can always use more. We have to sustain this. That's a challenge. But I think this is an area that maybe is an area that I would not say there are huge gaps, that I think there's progress being made. Steady progress. Of course, part of the 73 million that Mike mentioned, and I have to was it 75? 75 million that Mike mentioned, Carl mentioned. I think that is a small number, frankly. The other part Part of it goes into the applied studies. Part of it goes into monitoring and assessment. We've got a lot of monitoring and assessment programs in the Bay Delta. The thing that we're missing is unification of these. We wrote a committee I chaired a few years ago, wrote the beginning of a plan for a unified monitoring, assessment, and research program. It was only the beginning, but I think something that pulls together knowledge from all the monitoring programs and targets performance measures, tiered performance measures probably, some broad ones, but also some deeper ones, much like Moreton Bay in Australia is the classic example, of course. I think that's the gap in the monitoring. I think we have lots of monitoring possibilities, but I think there's no unification amongst the agencies. It's very fragmented, both in discipline areas and in terms of geography. Two areas where I think most of the 75 million goes. We have one huge gap that I think is the second highest priority, and that is understanding process science. In the 7 years around the turn of the century, it seems like a long time ago, but it isn't. In the 7 years around at the turn of the century, we spent $70 million on RFP-driven science. There was a lot of money in the state at that time. Steve Ritchie said, we have more money than God, Sam. $70 million when he hired me. We spent $70 million of new money. That we're still feeding off of. Thank goodness for the foundation and what the agencies are doing, but we're still feeding off that a lot of the basic understanding that came from that. We need another infusion of this. There's no real advocate for basic process, mechanistic research focused on the system. The science program is supposed to be an advocate for this, and they are, but they're under such pressure to create, for targeted work, for relevant work, all these things that people complain about science. The ISB is an obvious and maybe the only platform from which you can at least advocate that this is part, not all, but part of the pillar, one of the pillars that supports our base of understanding. We're overdue, vastly overdue, to grow this part of the science. And I think it should be RFP-driven, I mean. And one of the benefits of this that we're losing is involvement across the country of the academic community. We're gradually losing a lot of our academic people that worked with us for a long time. You all come from that community. But we are, because there's not the support for their projects, not sufficient support for those projects that come from them. The ideas will come if the RFPs are broad enough, focused enough, but broad enough. The ideas will come, and they'll be good ideas. There will be good ideas in those. I think examples are the Cascade program from USGS as an example of a deep program that addressed climate change, where there were some broad accomplishments and but there's also a lot of depth in the models and the things they put together, unlike many of the targeted studies, which are great. We've got to do the targeted studies. But I think that kind of depth and process understanding is really important. And one of the areas I think that is sadly deficient in this whole system is our studies that link the upstream processes and disturbances to the delta and the delta to the bay. The bay is vastly understudied. The upstream CVPIA and programs like that are working upstream. They're just not linked to the delta. It's totally separate. The delta, we're focused on that at the Delta Stewardship Council. The bay is ignored. And with all the threats from the federal government to the USGS, I think there's a risk that much of the work that was gone on in the Bay, we can't guarantee how much of that's going to be, we're going to continue. So that landscape linkage, and you guys have written a landscape paper, that landscape linkage, I think, is really an important area for you to advocate research, and one of the subjects that could be a part of an IFP. I also think that integrated interdisciplinary studies, proposals that integrate studies across agencies and academia, I think that approach has a great deal to offer as well. I think, again, USGS is a good example of that. Finally, I'm going to jump on the adaptive management wagon here because I think that's actually the highest. I know we've talked about it a lot, but we haven't solved it. I think the paper that you all wrote that's going to be out this issue of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science sets a standard. I think the thing I liked about that paper the most was the clear description. I mean, many people have tried to describe the adaptive management wheel, but you had a clear description of 10 steps that are involved in a good adaptive management experiment. And I think one of the roles in terms of review is to ask the agencies Ask the people that are doing science in this area who claim that they're doing adaptive management, WaterFix, EcoRestore. Ask them, well, let's see an adaptive management experiment. Show me, not a plan, show me some outcomes. And here are the steps. How did you do each one of these steps? Yeah. I think, but I'm going to put on my rose-colored glasses now. I actually think there are some opportunities, and that we're in a situation now where we really can do some adaptive management experiments, maybe for the first time. And that's part of this collaborative adaptive management team that I'm on. Carl Wilcox and his colleagues in the agencies have come up with a resiliency plan for Delta smelt, and they're coming up with a resiliency plan for salmon. Of course, they're species focused, but in that respect, as Carl said, the species also represent some important things. But what these plans are explicit actions that they're going to take that they suspect or hope or have modeled and shown could benefit either Delta smelt or salmon. Each one of these we've agreed amongst all the stakeholders, and it takes a long time to do this, but we've agreed we need to monitor, we need to plan in advance, we need to model in advance and see how it might work. An example is outflow augmentation. We talked last summer about an outflow augmentation experiment. We started talking 4 months in advance, and it wasn't enough. Didn't get the operators involved. We couldn't pull it off. But this year we're talking about a fall outflow augmentation, or at least taking advantage of fall outflow. There's a monitoring plan in place. There's an opportunity here to do an experiment with flows. But the thing that we've learned is it takes a village to do this. You've got to get the operators involved up front. You've got to get all the agencies and stakeholders on board. Actually, the stakeholders that are most against using using water when they see it might happen anyway. They're the ones that insist on good monitoring. So I think one of the lessons of the way to make this work is not to try too big an experiment, but to try experiments that are feasible, but get everybody involved, communicating very early. And again, use your model of how adaptive management should work, those 10 steps, 9 or 10 steps, and hold people's feet to the fire and say, have you gone through this? Let's review this. I think that would be a really interesting thing to review. Even review maybe the fall outflow experiment this year, or DWR did an experiment with a small pulse of outflow in YOLO bypass 2 years ago, and did a good monitoring job, and actually they saw a pulse of phytoplankton bloom in the delta. I mean, it's an example of an adaptive management experiment that worked. Let's publicize that. Let's ask them how they did it. I think that would be a really useful role. In terms of how to improve what to do with regard to your reviews, I have to say that the resiliency of this group, I mean, it was very hard trying to figure out what this group would do. You guys have figured it out. Your resiliency and how hard you work is just amazing to me, the reports and the effectiveness of the reports. But I think one of the things that maybe it's there and maybe I just haven't seen it, it would be really nice to have a vision of a broad vision, kind of like what I described with the 4 pillars, of what you expect of science in the Bay Delta. And to hold people like the Bay Delta Stewardship Council, accountable. Where is this vision? Where are we sufficiently supported? Where are we undersupported? The same thing with the big agencies, the same thing with the IAP. You know, this is the vision we have. Where's this? Even if you're not doing it all, where's it coming from? I think that vision, accompanied by holding all of us out here accountable to that vision, I think could be not, you don't really need anything more to do, but could be an interesting addition to what you do. So thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Stephen Culberson. I'm the IEP lead scientist. I do want to say that we're in the midst of compiling our annual work plan, so my thoughts have been quite weedy about the technical nuts and bolts of the various proposals that are coming to us. I will say that one of the tensions in my professional career now that you will all appreciate is that I'm trying very desperately to be a systems ecologist. And so in considering my remarks today, I feel as though I'm very much representing my own personal experience, but I do talk to you on behalf of the agencies that I represent. and the tension that we're all finding between, nailing the specifics of a technical study and trying to make sense of it in the larger social and ecological context that you all are very familiar with. So in terms of the questions put before us, the most important science challenges, I tend to settle on three general areas. You've heard a lot about them already today. So three general areas of sort of similarity, if you will, three different kinds of constructs. The first being social constructs, the second being scientific constructs, and the third being policy constructs. And so the first I would call our attention to is that we're facing challenges of analytical coordination between agencies and their various field programs. So focus on facilitation of how that occurs. And again, it sounds like it's a science issue, but I put it under social constructs. How do we best communicate between agencies when we have disparate mandates? So that's one challenge I would list. The second under the social construct list is, and we've heard it a little bit earlier today from Eric and others, a willingness to consider community needs in addition to agency needs. And by that, I mean the scientific community, of course, but as you've heard, what are the information streams that the community is asking us for? And shouldn't that be a part of how we design our agency technical data collection programs? Anyway, you've heard a little bit about that. I'll just underscore that. Moving on to scientific constructs, and these, I think, grow a little bit out of what I've just discussed. One of the things I'm finding useful to engage people in discussions about are what I've termed data interoperability and coordinated information generation. And I think one of the terms I've heard, particularly from our data users groups, I think they're helping drive our thinking on a lot of these issues, is we need to stand up data, I'm calling them confederations. I guess people call them data federations. But it's not a control and command sort of interest in terms of collecting the information and sharing it, but it's baking into those data collection efforts the ability to trade information with as little reworking of databases as possible. I think you have confronted some of those issues in your work, and I actually think that it is sort of already been demonstrated as one way to help agencies get over the communication difficulties that they have, because if you get the technical people in a room to discuss the real nuts and bolts merits of being able to trade information, you kind of solve some of the communication problems that result from too many layers of bureaucracy. The second item under scientific constructs that I've suggested, I would like to suggest that are important challenges that you help us think about are, and I've sort of prefaced this by introducing myself as a systems ecologist, but I would like to see us move to an overall, move agency attention to more of an ecological or community or systems orientation while continuing to serve the needs of ESA-related single species requirements. But I think in pursuing, definitive knowledge about how endangered species perform in this estuary, we've discovered that pursuing endangered species performance in this estuary necessitates a community or larger view. I think I'll get to that in some of my additional comments, and I'll call up one of our former colleagues and a publication that I've made, I believe, while he was on the Stewardship Council here in a minute. But I think you get my gist there. It's that the more I get into the nuts and bolts of delta smelt performance, for example, the more I understand that what's missing from the conversation is the overall performance of the estuary, and how are the ecological processes that actually produce delta smelt habitat, how are they being deconstructed so that you end up with poor delta smelt habitat? One practical topic worth considering in my mind before I move away from science challenges to some of your other questions, or your other two questions, is what is it to make community-worthy decision-making? I know people are beginning to think about formal decision-making processes, and we've heard more and more about how there are constructs and sort of recommended procedures for how you take difficult community decisions and subject them to, sort of a bylaw, if you will, or a set of bylaws about how you end up coming to some conclusion. And I'm wondering that maybe the ISB, because of you've probably done this in your own careers in various applications outside of the Delta, bringing that experience to us and helping us understand what it means to make a community-worthy decision. And I explicitly mean to incorporate the social aspects of what we do. I guess put more plainly, what mechanism will we use to decide upon and implement science priorities? One of the things that's vexing for me right now is the way in which we're trying to do that within the IEP. And I think we do a pretty good job of making it work. 9 agencies who have different mandates, and we collectively sort of prioritize what our science needs and investments are. But we certainly are not using a system that was designed for that purpose. So I'm wondering if we couldn't use some advice based on your external experience about how you construct a mechanism of an organizational framework that would allow that would let people feel as though they could, put resources into a common pool but not relinquish their authority or their responsibility. Moving on to the regional science issues for the ISB focus, I struggled with this because I settled on an issue early and then pondered it over a series of days and didn't come up with anything else that I thought was more important. And that is, what will a changing climate do to the habitats we're responsible for managing? I know that's largely an ecological orientation, but almost everything the IEP does is going to be affected by climate change, and so that's a concern we have. How do our data collection mandates evolve to reflect that changing ecological condition, and how do our data collection technologies change to be able to reflect that changing condition? One additional point, and this is where I mentioned I would call up one of your colleagues, Mike Dettinger. This is a paper that was in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences in June 2008. It was a paper that he'd written about internalizing climate change and how management agencies might think about internalizing climate change into their planning efforts. So my questions in this regard are, how much of the climate change that we anticipate, and there are organizations that have been doing this well, I think, as examples. I'm thinking about the Fish and Wildlife Service's landscape conservation cooperative efforts, and many of you are probably familiar with the U.S. Forest Service's efforts to anticipate community shifts based on climate change. How much of this change will merely have to be absorbed into our social and ecological spheres, and how much can we actually plan for? What sort of management alternatives do we actually have, and how much of it are we just going to have to tell people, look, your stuff's going to move, and we don't know sort of how to help you do that. We're at the southern range of a lot of sort of cold water species here in the Central Valley, and it's getting warmer, so people should be made aware of that. I guess put a different way, what policy alternatives can we support that will engender these changes? The last question that was put before us is, how can the Delta ISB reviews be more useful? I'm fortunate to be able to sit at the Delta Science program, and I interact with many of the young scientists that are at that program now, and I'm enthusiastic that we've got the brain power we need. But one of the things I would say to the Delta Science Independent Science Board is use embedded science program staff to inform your processes and review your review objectives. Engage reviewed staff, and this includes targeted audiences that aren't on any of these staffs, fundamentally when designing and implementing these reviews to ensure maximum applicability and tenacity of your recommendations. Articulations of specific review responses at the highest agency level appropriate, and specification of performance expectations, and by that I mean dates and tasks, should accompany all reviews. Annual reviews of ISB to spur closing of the loop should also be considered as part of your ongoing operational responsibilities. I think focusing, I heard a little bit about this earlier about sort of a somewhat periodic review akin to a law review, or a more rapid, formulation along the lines of the state of Bay Delta science. I think that could be part of a review of that type, annually say, here are the things that were in front of an adaptive management program, say, for example, administrated by the IMIT. How are things going? I think a focus from you, just questions from you about how is that going are useful, tends to focus people's attention. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Thanks to the panel. I just want to have one comment about something you said towards the end, and in terms of getting input from others as we develop our thematic reviews. And I think that is a fundamental way for us to be effective, is to make sure that we've picked the right theme. In other words, the right topic that a lot of people care about, and then make sure we've toned it the right way by having that 2-page prospectus out, and if people have comment in and say, you really should consider this or be more effective if you do that, that helps us. If we pick the right topic and do it right, that at least we get a leg up in terms of making it effective. So with that, I want to move to the questions from the board, and I'm going to start with the folks on the phone. And Joy or Tracy, do you have any questions?
I don't at this point. I'll listen to the discussion. This has been, as before, really helpful.
I agree. Really excellent comments. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's open to the other members of the board. Joe?
Certainly, it has been a great pleasure to hear all these comments and quite an educational experience, and thank you. One question actually from Sam that you mentioned about the fundamental science program, which was active, which we feed on science currently. So there must have been something which kind of this type of effort has kind of leaned as time went on. Do we have that type of support now, or for the fundamental program, or has it been kind of thinned out with? So my second comment is that I would like also to kind of combine that with Lisa Thompson's comment about the integrative science, because now more and more, given the complexity, the integrative science has become a necessity now rather than just a perk. So probably that is a way forward if you want to push more scientific programs to get these different kinds of multidisciplinary type, cross-cutting type programs aimed at different issues.
In the beginning, the CalFed Bay Delta program was designed such that this new money that I talked about, and it came in a couple different RFPs. As I said, it was over 7 years. That money was originally designed for the science program and or for the ecosystem restoration program, which the science program ran the RFPs for. These RFPs are really a lot of work to do. You can't do them a science program can't do them every year, but you could do large ones every 3 years. But where is that money? That money went to the agencies, and CalFed was designed to start with money in the CalFed program and then to evolve that science money to the agencies. So that's what happened. The agencies are doing targeted research. As I said, 15 years ago, I was skeptical about what the agencies could accomplish because there was not enough writing going on and not enough synthesis. I think there's been vast improvement in that regard. The science program still does directed, Cliff can clear this up, but I'm sure he has before. Science program does do directed studies, some of them basic, but not to the degree we had. We had this big pulse of money. Where do we get that money? I think the bonds are a possibility, but again, how do you justify that? That's always a challenge. But another 70,000, 10 million a year over 7 years, let's say, is not a large sum of money. 75 million is not a large sum of money when we're talking about 20 billion for WaterFix, something like that. This is a huge economic investment. Doubling our science investment here is not a ridiculous request. I think a little pressure from the ISB is to the legislature, to whoever you can talk to. I think might be one of the effective things we can do. Finding money is always a challenge for science. We know that, but we know it can be done if the circumstances are right. So I totally agree in terms of integrative science. If I were writing the RFP today, I would make that a huge chunk of any RFP, is the proposals have to be integrative across whether it's disciplines, and/or institutions, and/or even landscapes.
Jay?
I really like all of your comments, and again, let me say again to this panel that those of you that have written comments, please pass them on to us so that we can make sure we don't lose anything. I really like your suggestion, Sam, about stating a broad vision for what Delta Science should accomplish. I think there's probably a lot of value in that as sort of a rallying point to bring the agency's science programs together. And we've got some other infrastructure like the Delta Science Plan and things like that to hopefully bolster that and make that more effective. But your remarks brought to mind the idea of a I have a dream speech for Delta Science. So thanks for that.
Well, I think the science program has written their vision, and I think it's excellent, but I think, in my mind, I think a higher level view of the different kinds of science that should be involved, that could come from you, I think would be a valuable...
But I think, in addition to the I have a dream, it would be how do you want to get there, too?
Yep.
This is Tracy. I want to weigh in here. I think those are both good points. I think we should remember that the high-impact science actions that the Stewardship Council with Peter and then with Cliff have really marshaled to get the agencies to come together and say what is needed. I think that's been a really positive step, but I hear what you're both saying, a higher framework as to whether or not there are areas that perhaps individual agencies as they come together are missing. That would be a useful purview of the ISB.
If I could add one thing, we keep forgetting to mention academia. In my view, the biggest success that we had in the very beginning was getting academics from across the country interested in the Bay Delta and getting local academics involved. The foundations, again, have done a good job with a limited amount of money in a limited way, but I think one goal of this should be to reinvigorate our association with the national and international academic community and local.
And Sam, that's exactly what I was thinking about. I was thinking that ISB would be a good catalyst for getting that broader engagement of the academic community.
Okay, John?
I think this idea of developing some kind of overarching vision for science in the Delta is useful. It's sort of, are you thinking of something sort of along the lines of what can science do for you that would spell out in lofty, inspirational terms the importance of science? I think, I think what I hear is doing something that is sort of a very concise but inspirational and concise statement of why science is important in all of this. And by science, that spans the spectrum from very applied to very basic science. That's, in a sense, that's the foundation and at the same time the umbrella over the Science Action Plan and science agendas and all these efforts that have been going on over the last several years to look at the science enterprise and prioritize. But perhaps it is lacking that overarching vision. I don't know that we're the ones to come up with that, but we have some capacity at BSing, and maybe we can do that.
I would add to that, what I said before is not just science in general, but being specific about the different kinds of science. I mean, of course, it's a continuum, as you say, but I mean, being specific about monitoring what it brings, and assessment, being specific about applied studies, but also being specific about understanding the fundamentals in a system, and also being specific about adaptive management.
Yeah, Vince?
All of us recently received this article from National Geographic about why the Bay is important, why the Bay is worth saving. And I mean, I think something like that, just adding science into that component would be a really interesting thing to do. And actually, we have a nice template for that. just in terms of the bay. We stick the delta in that as well.
Dick?
I'd like to pick up on Patrick's praise for the very existence of an independent science board. We are, I believe, the only standing independent science board in the state. There are many scientific reviews. There are many, independent science gets done, but we, I believe, are the only standing one. And my wife works in the energy transition field, and there's just all kinds of proposals being thrown up to do this, do that, and the agencies swirl around them, and an independent science board could do a lot. And so she's really envious of what's going on in the Delta compared to what's going on in the energy transition. I think one of the issues is that we also don't have any peers from which to learn from. And I come out of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change with 700 scientists and sit here with 10, and that's what I have to work with, is something that's really very different, and yet
We're really good.
we're really well. Or we have a much smaller problem, much smaller problem, but never small enough.
Our reports are smaller too.
Are somewhat smaller too. Yes. Several comments were made by this panel and by the prior panel on the organization of science, and that there's a lot of will that the scientists act as scientists independent of their agencies and bond and work together, but there is still the structure of science, the structure of the agencies in which the scientists are embedded. And do we have to tackle that organization issue, and maybe especially with respect to who does adaptive management, or how is there some sort of an oversight agency that's more neutral? And this board was not constructed to answer that kind of a question, but increasingly I think continually trying to adapt the historic agencies and add a couple more here and there and try to patch up the holes, and it is kind of a hodgepodge, and maybe there should be a call for a independent study that the board oversees or something like that.
So on that topic, Mike, didn't the Science Enterprise Workshop delve into some of that?
Yes. And at that event, we heard from representatives of a number of other systems who were struggling with that issue to a greater or lesser degree than we are. I think one of the themes that came out of that discussion was that in systems where there's been a strong effort at both the local, the states, and federal levels to establish a program for that region, that they had less trouble efficiently allocating resources, and they had more success developing a science program that was more appropriately sized, because I agree with Sam's comments about overall science funding. They had more success developing programs that were appropriately sized to the problems they have. So I do think there's a lesson there, and it's something we should be thinking about going forward, something that you guys should also be thinking about.
Yes, Liz.
I just wanted to follow up with a few things that were mentioned that I think are worth our reflection. And I guess in particular, this idea of developing an overarching view of science, and also the very importance of basic science in the Delta. And I guess what I'd just like to say is that, we have an opportunity to articulate that's a message that has to be articulated at a much broader level. That's a conversation that's happening at certainly, at the national level and probably in the international community as well. So I guess I just wanted to thank you for that suggestion, and I think that's something that we could do that would provide leadership in the broader context of science.
Okay, if there's, do we have any public comments? Okay, we still can continue on for a few more minutes here. Jay, do you have a question?
Well, I was just going to thank all the panelists. I have notes for all of you, and I was worried what we're going to do for the next couple of years, and now I'm not.
Before, and I want to thank the panel as well, before we move to public comment, I just wanted to say what our next steps are. And we will be breaking into small work groups this afternoon. One of those will specifically try to digest all of your wonderful suggestions and come up with what our priorities might be over the next few years in terms of thematic reviews. The second work group will look more closely at the effectiveness and the questions that you answered and see if there's some recommendations they can make. And the third work group will look more sort of internally, again, how we operate. See how we run the reviews themselves. Those will just be work group discussions, and then tomorrow morning, all morning, we will be discussing each of those three topics, and that really is largely the main agenda of our meeting tomorrow. So hopefully at the end of that tomorrow, we will have identified some priorities and perhaps some new procedures to move forward based on all of your recommendations. So thanks again. So we are actually right on time, and we just have one public comment before we break for lunch by Deidre. If you could tell us your name and affiliation before you start. It's near to the top. No.
Okay, whoops. So my name is Deirdre Desjardins, French-Canadian. My background is in physics. I worked at Los Alamos National Lab and NASA Ames, and I've done physics and research and computational modeling. And I've been working full-time on California developed water issues since 2009. I had a couple recommendations, one of which became very clear in participating in the WaterFix hearing over the last year, and that is that there hasn't been enough examination of reservoir operating criteria. Reservoir operating criteria affect water supply reliability, and they also affect the feasibility of meeting delta in-stream flows. And I recently discovered that there was a documented change in the mid-1980s by the Department of Water Resources to a greedy algorithm for state water project reservoir operations, where they take more water in the current year at the risk of draining reservoirs to dead pool in droughts. And the no-action alternative for the WaterFix also reflects this same greedy algorithm, and it shows the reservoirs being drained to dead pool in 8 of the modeled years. And this occurs sometimes in a single dry or critically dry year after a wetter normal year. These operations are clearly suboptimal, and they're a very real issue with climate change. Some of the research is showing we could see more water whiplash with more events at the extreme, where we have either extremely dry months or extremely wet months. The last couple of years, we've seen some of the driest months on record and also some of the wettest. So increasing upstream storage, if we keep these greedy algorithms for operating the reservoirs, is only going to increase the boom and bust nature of deliveries, and it won't necessarily help with project deliveries. And the same with the WaterFix. And there's a lot of concerns I'm seeing by stakeholders about what's going to happen with water, reservoir operations. And this just hasn't been looked at. It's sort of operated under a cone of silence. But John Lehi did disclose the current reservoir operations criteria in the WaterFix hearing. And I wanted to suggest that the ISB look at these operating criteria. And I know Jay Lund, that one of his students looked at some strategies for optimization of carryover storage. And I think the projects are just in the Stone Age in terms of water, optimizing carryover storage and balancing risk and the cost, particularly since we're moving to permanent crops. I think, even the almond farmers in the desert might be happier to get a little less water, but have it delivered more reliably so they don't have to pay $1,300 an acre foot for transfer water. Finally, with respect to this, I'd like to request that the ISB look at issues of access to testing and calibration and validation information for the calcium-2 operation simulation, because I worked with PCFFA. We both requested and subpoenaed the testing and calibration and validation information, and we haven't been able to get it even under subpoena. And I'm sorry, as a scientist, this raises just major, major red flags about possible biases in the model. I think that examination by independent scientists and modelers such as myself keeps them honest and using appropriate assumptions in the modeling. Two more things. One is river flooding and sea level rise. I did provide some comments about climate change assumptions. This is with respect to river flood stages. My comments about the conveyance and storage, the new OPC SAT report shows there's a 5% probability we could see 55 inches or more of sea level rises by 2100 at the Golden Gate. So I think that's a very appropriate number to use for planning. We want at least a 95% exceedance confidence interval. But projected water levels in the south and north delta and peripheral areas on the eastern edge of the delta are dominated by river flooding, not so much by sea level rise. The delta risk management strategy and the WaterFix used Manning's equation, and Eric Vink talked about this, to derive 18 inches of sea level rise plus the river flood stages. Whereas the Delta plan, for their regulations for building on in areas protected by Delta levees, assumes 55 inches everywhere. There's a major discrepancy here, and I think it likely will require some more modeling to resolve, because Manning's equation has been was criticized as being too simplistic, even for the Delta risk management strategy. DWR promised to take another look at water level assumptions for the WaterFix tunnel design. And so I think as they are moving into the next engineering phase, I think this might be a really important thing to look at in terms of flooding of the actual facilities. There's also an issue that the flood stages themselves could shift with climate change. It's possible that a 200-year flood could become a 100-year flood. And the Delta risk management strategy saw some increased flood stages like on the San Joaquin River under B2 and Sacramento River under B2 climate projections. But the WaterFix engineering is just assuming current flood stages. And so this is really important to look at. Is there going to be a shift in flood stages? And that's also important for upstream reservoir operation rating criteria. If 200-year floods are going to become 100-year floods, the Oroville is designed for a 1 in 450 year. That's roughly the standard project flood. Is that going to become a 1 in 200 year flood? In which case we've got a problem. So, I think it's important for both looking at the current infrastructure of the projects and the reservoirs and the infrastructure in the Delta, and also in terms of building new infrastructure. And then there's another big topic, seismic risk and reliability. I found some very inconsistent assumptions. So the Delta risk management strategy that you're all familiar with used a 1 in 2,500 year seismic event to look at the seismic sources for stability of delta levees. This event is dominated by these blind faults in the delta, like the Southern Midland Fault. And it's a large earthquake on a blind fault directly in the delta under those levees that causes multiple levee failures. A crustal fault, an earthquake on nearby crustal faults doesn't cause massive levee failure. The 2000 CalFed study found an earthquake on nearby crustal faults only caused about 1 to 2 levee breaches. And this distinction hasn't been made. And the issue is that the WaterFix that's supposed to protect against this possibility of massive levee failure doesn't work for a 1 in 2,500 year seismic events. An internal analysis showed that the tunnel joints leak with that kind of seismic source. And it was a Plaxis. So the tunnel design is now only using a 1 in 1,000 year event and only a 1 in 500 year event for liquefaction. Clifton Court forebay design is only using nearby crustal faults as sources. And so on one hand, you've got, the levees could fail. On the other hand, it's like, well, we'll just weaken the source assumption so that our design will work because we don't want to spend more money. If I can, I have discussed this with engineers, and the issue is building a tunnel like this in deep, soft alluvial soils. It could get very expensive to design something that will survive and continue operating continuously under a 1 in 2,500 year seismic source. So what I advocated for in the WaterFix hearing, and we put on testimony by somebody, a PhD geologist who had participated in design of tunnels in these kind of soils in Shanghai and Malaysia, is for the tunnels to be designed with the understanding and the public disclosure that they may be damaged if there's a large earthquake directly in the delta, but that they be designed as the high-speed rail is designed to survive a 1 in 2,500 year event, with the understanding that there will be some time for outage and some time for repair, but that there will be no catastrophic impacts and the tunnel joints won't leak under a delta levee or under a delta channel in a way that causes massive flooding and problems. And finally, there's another issue. MWD commissioned a comprehensive leakage analysis, had no seismic analysis, and it was that the long-term operations, the tunnel joints wouldn't leak, but it used assumption of stresses for rock tunnels when I looked at the underlying literature. And so there's a very real need, and Gil Cosio, who does, there's a very real need for peer review of the underlying design assumptions. And I don't know if this is something the ISB can take on, but Gil Cosio called for that. He's been involved in levee maintenance. But I think there's just some real concerns. And finally, I'd like to add, there's some real concerns about potential impacts when they do the tunneling under the levees. Are they going to, it's a real challenge to maintain to limit, it's called face loss.
We're going to have to wrap
when you're
this
in the
up.
Tunnel, yeah. Okay, so anyway, a lot of weeds, so that's it. But there's a real concern about limiting ground control, limiting it in a way that when you tunnel under critical structures, such as delta levees or delta channels, that you do it in such a way that you don't have face loss, a massive loss of control under these critical structures that would be catastrophic on the surface. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any more public comments. Any last words from panel members?
Let me just say, I'm always applauding people that want us to do work on reservoir operations. I think it's vitally important. But and I mean that partly seriously, but I also, more seriously, I appreciate your comments on the importance of having some of the major models that are used in the system have data testing, model testing that's accessible. I think that's really something that is not common practice in the state.
Okay, I guess we're scheduled to break, and we'll reconvene at 1:15. Okay, I'd like to get this afternoon's meeting started. Welcome back, and the first thing on the agenda is lead scientist report. Cliff?
Thanks, Steve. I've got a few items that I think will be of interest to the board. I want to start with some news that I think the majority, if not all, of the board members already know, but some of the audience may not. And I wanted to let everyone know that Peter Goodwin, my predecessor as lead scientist, was very recently named president of the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and he will be taking over that job on September the 18th. Moving to the East Coast. I personally am going to miss the fact that when I go to see my 91-year-old father in Boise, I probably won't be seeing Peter as much as I used to see him. But I think it's pretty interesting now that we have Peter basically on the East Coast dealing with an estuary even larger than the estuary that we work on here in California. So quite a challenge that Peter's taking on, and I wish him well. I'm sure he'll do a great job, but I wanted everybody to know that this transition has happened. He'll be leaving the Center for Ecohydraulics Research at the University of Idaho, where he's been heading that up now for quite a while, and also heading up the state of Idaho's experimental program to stimulate competitive research, EPSCoR program. So anyway, congratulations to Peter and best wishes, and I'm sure we'll probably have reason to engage with him as we continue to talk about some of the kinds of research that gets done here and the largest estuary on the West Coast, and now we can talk more about what goes on in the biggest estuary on the East Coast. So.
I volunteer to be ambassador.
Yeah, some good sailing there, isn't there, Jay? I also wanted to just couple that briefly to a new paper that just came out in Bioscience, and this is a paper that came out in the July issue on ecological forecasting and the science of hypoxia in Chesapeake Bay. So I've already sent this to Peter. I think it probably should be of some interest to him. I also thought I would just mention it briefly here to you all, is because the word forecasting is in the title. And I thought that Stephen Brandt, when we had the Science Enterprise workshop, on one of the panels, actually, I think made a very well-reasoned and thoughtful appeal for using this concept of forecasting and the idea of forecasting more effectively in some of the things that we do in terms of the way we communicate some of the essence of some of the synthesized science that we try to do. So Steve, I think you're seeing another example of some of the things that you were trying to highlight at that Science Enterprise Workshop. So, new paper worth taking a look at. Second thing I wanted to briefly summarize is that we're continuing to push forward on the Science Action Agenda. I see Yumi. I don't know, is Lindsay still here? Anyway, Lindsay and Yumi have been working very hard to incorporate the input from the Independent Science Board and from about a dozen comment letters that we've received. A new draft of the 2017 to 2021 Science Action Agenda has just literally been finalized, I think, in the last day or two. We'll be taking this to the council for their review and acceptance at the 27th of July meeting. There's a number of changes, quite a few changes that have been made based on the input we received. Yumi can probably do a much better job than could I to highlight it, but I thought I would at least highlight with one of the examples, and I think it's a good example of some of the ways we've incorporated the input, and that is with all the comments that we heard from our panels and all the comments that we heard from you and from the comment letters, we started basically as the number one action area to focus on is invest in assessing the human dimensions of natural resource management decisions. Putting that up front and center, because I think we've heard a lot of people saying that, you know, we've got to make progress on this area. So this is now the lead of the document. And there's a number of other changes, but I won't, if any of you are interested, we can get you the latest version. It'll be part of the public packet that'll go out also to the council. So, okay. The third thing that I was going to bring to your attention is that we're having a series of brown bag seminars. We've been trying this year in particular to have the brown bag seminars be around themes, so have thematic kind of integration. The latest one is flow targets and ecology, and so going back to your fishes and flows report, we've had 2 of the 3 planned seminars. They were actually earlier this week. The one on Monday, July the 10th by Dr. Sarah Yarnell from UC Davis was on developing tiered environmental flow criteria using a functional flows approach for California streams. That presentation on Monday is now online, available to watch. It's about a 45-minute presentation, but I think well worth listening to. I know we had quite a few people in the audience and over 100 listening in on the audio, so I think it was well received. We had the second in the series on Wednesday, and this was a presentation by Dr. Eric Stein from the Southern Coastal, the SQURP, yes, I'll get the acronym right too. Southern Coastal California Water Research Project. SQURP is the acronym that they like to use. And we'll have the third in the series of seminars will be on the 18th of August, a Friday, and that'll be Carson Jeffries from UC Davis. We'll be talking about California floodplains and the fish that use them. More about that in a second. The next council meeting on the 27th of July is going to have quite a bit of content that is focused on science and science issues. I just wanted to highlight, in addition to the Science Action Agenda and the lead scientist report, we're going to have an update from the Delta Independent Science Board that Jay's going to give. We have the presentation that Richard Norgaard's going to give on the Delta as place. We also are going to have the Delta Water Master speaking, and he's here in the audience, Michael George, and I know that the consumptive use study will be a part of that presentation, so get an update on some of the things that have been going on to try to understand consumptive use within the Delta, using a variety of different approaches. I think 7 are being looked at to try to intercompare estimates of how much water is being used in different types of crops and different types of habitats within the Delta. And I also wanted to also highlight couple of reports that have come out. I think I mentioned to you about the salmon resiliency strategy. The salmon resiliency strategy was issued in June. There's 13 actions that are being considered to try to improve the lot of salmon in the Sacramento River Valley. 4 of those are very much focused in the Delta, and a lot of them are focused on activities that connect floodplains with the river. And I think this is an area that the opportunities are very real, and I think EcoRestore, more than half of the EcoRestore restoration acreage is going to be in this kind of effort. For me, it's personally very interesting relative to the science that's associated with these kind of systems. You've probably heard about the floodplain fatties, basically the rapid growth of many of the fishes that get put out onto these floodplains, and the food web that gets stimulated by reconnecting, basically, historic floodplain, in this case now also actively in agriculture, in rice agriculture, and actually getting the fish out there. Just wanted to highlight that there's a brand new paper on this topic that was published in PLOS ONE. This paper, and get the details of it for you, is titled "Floodplain Farm Fields Provide Novel Rearing Habitat for Chinook Salmon." It was issued in the June 7th release of PLOS ONE. Very interesting sort of summary of, I think, things that you've heard bits and pieces about. The lead author is from Trout Unlimited, and the whole series of things in this paper are topics that relate to getting the fish on. It focuses in a lot of some of the key variables. So it's not only getting the fish on and off, it's also how long the water stays there, the kind of habitats, the structural elements of the habitats. They've done recent experiments where they put out 10,000 juvenile salmon, and they're actually talking about potentially ramping that up to as much as 1 million juvenile salmon being put out on some of these floodplains during some of these flooding periods. So it's an interesting paper. It's a paper that, for me personally, has got a lot of interest because as I move back into my more emeritus faculty academic role, the one thing that has been my kind of passion professionally the last few years has been this idea of intermittent rivers and intermittency and connectivity and drying and wetting and drying kind of processes that go on. And I'm going to try to re-engage in some of that work. But I wanted to highlight a couple things that just happened, and I'm very pleased to share a little bit in this, but this is really the activity of some of my colleagues from all over the world. Thibaut Dautry from France, and Andrew Bolton from Australia, and Nuria Bonata from Spain. There has been a new paper just published in the Journal of Applied Ecology that's a summary of a 4-year synthesis effort that we put together on intermittent rivers worldwide. And when you look at intermittent rivers worldwide, because of the prevalence of these, not only in arid and semi-arid areas, but also in very cold areas, like up in the high latitude areas of both the northern and southern hemisphere, start to map these out, and also the prevalence of these in karstic areas. Probably more than half the world network is in these kind of intermittent systems. And so the Journal of Applied Ecology is kind of a summary of some of the key points that we learned from synthesizing this work worldwide. And then a book was just issued 2 days ago, and the book is on intermittent rivers and ephemeral streams, ecology and management, just put out by Academic Press, Elsevier, and was released at the Symposium for European Freshwater Sciences that was held in the Czech Republic. And so the release ceremony was 2 days ago. And anyway, it's a culmination of a lot of work by a lot of people, but in particular by those 3 individuals I just mentioned who are the editors of this book. So, and the title, by the way, of the Journal of Applied Ecology paper is Flow Intermittence and Ecosystem Services in Rivers of the Anthropocene. I thought Richard might like the Anthropocene title. Let's see, and I think the last thing I wanted to highlight for you is from my lead scientist report is that we have an upcoming Delta Invasive Species Symposium that's going to be held at UC Davis. It's going to be held on Tuesday, August the 29th. This is a collaborative effort between the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team in conjunction with the Delta Stewardship Council and UC Davis. The registration is open and available, and I think if Maggie Chrisman is still here, she's one of the leads from our agency in making this symposium happen. So hopefully I've covered most of the main points that are of interest to you. Oh, one last thing was on my to-do list, and that's to say a little something about the process of trying to find a replacement, although we can never replace Brian Atwater. But we are in the process of we're going out and basically using some input that Brian has provided to try to get some candidates to consider the job and hopefully make application, and we'll continue to push that process through the next few weeks, and we'll keep you abreast of what's happening, and hopefully we'll identify a candidate that will move on to the board as Brian moves off the board. So I think that's everything, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Cliff. Any questions? Any public comment?
I have an observation.
Yes, Jay.
In California, you're certainly aware that we have made a specialty of increasing the number of intermittent rivers.
Yes. But you have also, in some places, taken systems that were intermittent and make them perennial. So there is actually, it's a two-way street.
We're doing scientific experiments.
And actually trying to quantify that on a global scale was a very real challenge because the data on intermittent rivers, they simply don't get gauged because they are intermittent. And so the ability to actually get some idea of, well, you know,
what frequency do you make it, call it intermittent as opposed to flooded occasionally?
Yeah. And what's the difference between intermittent and ephemeral, and what is spatially intermittent versus spatially perennial? Those are a variety of questions. But anyway, it's a fun topic, and I will devote a little of my time over the next few years back studying this kind of.
So Randy is joining us. The next item is.
Steve, could I jump in just for a second? In honor of Cliff's last lead scientist report to us, very likely, I think we should give him a round of applause. Just so you know, I'm standing up here.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very nice of you. I enjoy actually this interaction. It's pretty special to be able to talk to you.
Although technically,
and with a round of applause like that, Cliff, we may bring you back for a curtain call.
Well, since this is his second round as lead scientist, we could give him a second round of applause.
And of course, you'll still be here for the August meeting, even though it's a teleconference, I believe. So
that's correct.
This won't be his official last report. Randy?
Sure, thank you, and welcome. It occurred to me as Cliff was explaining the invasive symposium that's going to be held at UC Davis next month. If I'm not mistaken, Cliff, I think your first official duty was to open up an invasive weeds symposium at UC Davis in your second tour of duty.
Yeah, that first week, actually, there were 3 workshops and symposia, and I believe that was the first, and the second one was the salmon and climate change one. So, so I got thrust into it rather intensely that very first week.
Well, my thought was you entered and you're leaving with the same unsolved problem.
And good luck to all of you.
Yeah. So my report will be very brief. First, I wanted to acknowledge your follow-up to the WaterFix EIR, the comments that you provided will be very helpful to the council, identifying those comments that were made previously and how they were incorporated into the WaterFix EIR. Not sure what to do about your comments about the need to improve the EIR process to cut down on the number of pages and make it easier to follow and more usable. But I those comments resonated with me. It's very frustrating to go pour through so many documents and so many pages, but that's what we have today. And maybe somebody that has jurisdiction over how to control the EIR process is listening and will respond to some of your suggestions. Number two, at the DPIC meeting in May, there was essentially an agreement around the table of the 15 other state and federal agency leaders to support a structured decision-making process. In a follow-up to that, Jessica Law has informed me that Jim Peterson with USGS will be providing a brown bag on structured decision-making on August 15th, and there will be a workshop with many of the key agencies and stakeholders taking up a look at what things can be done to develop a structured decision-making process. So that's coming up in next month. At our most recent Delta Stewardship Council meeting on June 22nd, it was the fourth meeting in a row where we have attracted quite a large audience. Several hundred people have been attending since March when we took up the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment, and we've received a lot of good input from stakeholders, public comments, hundreds, potentially thousands of pages of comments, all leading up to an endorsement at our June 22nd meeting to usher the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment, as well as an updated performance measure amendment unto the CEQA process. This, combined with previously endorsed Delta Levy Investment Strategy Delta Plan Amendment, are going forward through the CEQA process as a package. You have agreed to review the science basis of the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment, and we appreciate that, appreciate the quick turnaround with the initial draft, and I'm intending to stick around for your discussion following my presentation. Cassandra Enos and Carrie Shively from our staff and consulting firm are going to be here also if there are any questions that come up during our process. So with that, again, I appreciate your willingness to undertake this, and hopefully you've met the first timeline, and that is an initial draft in July. We're hoping that you'll have the final letter ready to go by the end of August. So, with that, any questions of me? No, thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Any public comment? Okay, the next item is the discussion of the Delta Plan Amendment for Conveyance, Storage Systems, and Operation. And Edmund, do we have any public comment scheduled for this, just so I can gauge our time? Okay. Let me first introduce the topic for the board, and as Randy said, we were asked to review the scientific basis for the recommendations, or actually the scientific basis, or the science behind the introduction and problem statement in particular. And we were asked three specific questions. Is the body of science used to develop the CSO amendment relevant and complete? Is there important scientific literature missing? And do scientific findings support the introduction and problem statements? If you recall, in June, we set up a small work group to do a couple of things. The first thing was to have a look at the document and see whether we could meet the August deadline. And then secondly, to maybe scope out how we could meet that deadline. And thirdly, to provide some initial comments and inputs back to help lead our discussion on today's meeting. That work group decided, is recommending that we can meet that deadline, and that and reconfirm that the focus of the review is particularly on the first 23 pages, the introduction and problem statement, and that we wouldn't necessarily review the recommendations per se because that involves policy issues, and that we would look at the recommendations only if there's a specific reference or scientific justification in there. Remember, our focus is on the science. We have produced a draft maybe it's four-page document as an initial discussion document for the rest of the board to look at. And provided the board is okay with this, the thought would be that the board would today discuss that document and any other kinds of input that is missing from that document, and try and look at particularly the content of what we want to include in our report. And then after this meeting, have every individual board member look at the possibility of any missing references, any misstatements in the reference, and then the work group would go ahead and draft another version of this that could then get out to everybody and hope for approval at our August teleconference, assuming we're all in line with that. As one additional thing, we've asked Tricia to step in and help, and she is going through every single citation and seeing that the citation supports the statement that's being cited. So she's going through it reference by reference, or actually line by line in citation, which will help.
Can I give away college credit for this?
And so with that, I'd ask Jay to go ahead and maybe summarize what the initial work group observations were.
So the draft report that you have before you is a collection, and it's an attempt at an organized collection. There were comments from 3 or 4 different board members that are assembled here. There's spaces you can see for anything else that people come up with that they want to have included that we might have forgotten or omitted. The document itself has an organization of here's what the plan amendments are and what we're going to try to do here in terms of scientifically based review. Has a section on the general problem of conveyance, storage, and operation for the Delta, just as an introduction to this is an important problem and how it fits in with the general issues. There's a section starting on page 2 on plan amendment specific comments. So specific to the plan amendments themselves, some thoughts that have come from the board. Then a section on specific scientific concerns where we thought the science was not quite nuanced right, not quite stated right. And then a section at the end on beyond the planned amendments. So once you've got these plan amendments, what is that? What's our thoughts on what this implies for what happens next? So that's sort of the general organization. I can go through these at the high bullet level, high number level first. Starting on page 2 under plan amendment specific comments. I think probably one of our most important comment, reviewing this from a scientific perspective, was that in places it seemed that there were policy statements embedded with the problem statement in the introduction, and that at least for conceptual clarity, you might want to separate those and move the recommendations to the recommendation section and not have them in the problem statement, the more science section. And we have some identification of some of those and some suggestions where some small wording changes can change the statements from a statement of policy to a statement of fact, which would largely be science supported. Second is a concern with delta as place and how to tighten that, weave that a little bit more into some of the co-equal goals for the system regarding conveyance, storage, and operations. Third, it's always risky when you have a bunch of scientists review a policy document because we're supposed to not like drama, and so we have some rhetorical concerns there. and hopefully we'll have some instances of those added in. And then under specific scientific concerns, number 4, on the general effectiveness of additional storage. Number 5 is on the effects of delta conveyance storage and operations on delta salinity. That might merit a little more discussion in the document as background. Number 6 was one of my favorite fallacies, where people think that improving irrigation efficiency in the Central Valley is actually going to produce new water. And the version of that was here was, if you have wastewater reuse on a city in the Central Valley, it's going to produce new water. It's no. That wastewater was going downstream or into groundwater someplace, and someone else was already using it. As the Delta Water Master would surely be able to tell you. And not all previous water masters have been able to acknowledge conservation of mass in that way. Then the last section is beyond the plan amendments. On the difficulty of integration, the conveyance, storage, and operations, I think probably rightfully calls for promoting a broad portfolio of activities and integrating them. But I think it's really important to remind ourselves that integration is hard. Certainly, if I had $1 for every time the word integration was used, we'd probably double the budget for integration in the system. That would be to good effect. So maybe we should have a swear jar for the word integration, and that way we can fund a lot of Delta science. And then 9 is the council might want to consider how to evaluate uncertainty and estimated outcomes of proposals. So conveyance, storage, and operations proposals are all going to come with calcium in studies of how much additional deliveries come out of this, and then there'll be, for every proposal, there will be counter studies done by a different consultant that will give you a different number. And so the council might want to think about how to deal with this with some malice of forethought before, as the plan amendments are being considered and before they're implemented. But there's those kind of uncertainties with everything. 10, there's going to be additional literature that will be useful over time, that will be informative for these conveyance, storage, and operations issues. The council might want to consider how to explicitly bringing that new literature, new ideas, new science in to these discussions, rather than amending the plan amendment every time I read another study or somebody else writes another study. And then last, number 11, there's needs to be a lot more emphasis, some more emphasis, we think, on integrated modeling systems, similar to what we had in the Fish and Flows report. But I think as a general rule, that's the direction we need to go. And then the last paragraph is sort of a ray of hope that 150 years ago, we had thousands of people dying in this country from lack of science in public water systems, and we figured it out, and now we have organization. And just generally noting that once we get organized for a few decades, part of the organization is getting the science organized and bringing it to bear on the problems. And when we're able to do that, it usually works pretty well. Certainly, this isn't stated in the document, but you can certainly look in this last drought and see the sectors that did really well have been organized for a few decades and have a steady funding stream, and the sectors that didn't do well at all didn't have those things. So that's my review of the review.
So open for discussion. Vince?
So let me say that this is it's pretty inclusive. I tried not to censor anything, but just try to organize it. Maybe there's too much being said here. Maybe there's some things we've omitted. This is just the smorgasbord.
Stephen, you said our next step with this is to add references and things. Is it to this document or to go back to the original document that this was based on to make additional reference comments on?
Well, one of our key questions, is there any literature missing?
And that's, so from this document?
From the
Yes.
original document, right, not from our document. So don't review our documents per se, review the original document. And then going through, getting Trish's report where there might be specific line-by-line kinds of edits. And I know there were some other edits that are that have come through, they're not included in the public document. There's some line-by-line kind of edits where there's some uncertainty of whether or not the word, somebody said, this will happen versus this will likely happen, things like that.
Right,
So
right.
So those, whether or not they would be they'd probably be attached at the end of our document as some additional comments or edits or something.
Okay, it's very good that you're doing that, because they've, in public health journals, they found that about 5 to 10% of the statements that are cited are not actually what were cited. So it's really good that you're doing this for us.
Yes, Brian.
Yeah, I wonder whether our review comments could include just a suggestion that the writers consider doing something in addition to trying to fit this kind of scientific basis argument into the Delta plan. It's a tough fit in some respects to develop an art to make a case that there's for the problem statements that are made, for instance, it's to elaborate them well is not an easy thing, and it shows in the draft that we're looking at, and how to give that the scientific credibility. It's fine to put lots of footnotes, but to connect the dots between the assertion made in the draft Delta plan text and the references that are cited. In one case, it's an 800-page document. Where do I look in that document to find the supporting stuff? And is there something else in there that would contradict it? None of that's covered, and it's very difficult to do that in the confines of the Delta plan. But the Stewardship Council has a series of things called white papers that have been, the one that was done, or that Dustin Jones did for levees, was a very good one. And it could be that you choose a particularly contentious part of this conveyance, storage, and operation aspect, maybe the dual conveyance, since that's probably the hot button issue, and you say, okay, what is the scientific basis for the recommendation that in favor of dual conveyance, okay? And the white paper takes the form of the kind of thing that we thought that should have been provided for the environmental impact report for WaterFix, of something with integrated figures and text. Perhaps modeled a bit on some of the San Francisco Estuary Institute reports that are so good. And in some cases, for instance, you can think, since this is something of an advocacy document, saying here's why we're recommending such and such, and you lay out reason A, B, C, D, and E, right? And a format that they use sometimes is that they'll announce that main point as the heading, and then they'll array on the page or pages underneath the graphics and the text that together pull together the reasons for that argument, okay? And that would include getting down into the weeds of supporting documents, but there are ways of doing that with expanded footnotes that describe what's in the reference and give you the page citation and but summarize what's there. And so I think of that alternative and compare it with what we were asked to review, and I'm left nonplussed as a document that's supposed to support such an important decision, and to set for the council the council needs something more, I think, to stand on, and it might be that a white paper of that sort would be helpful.
Yeah, one of the discussions was sort of along that line, was to say, if a rewriting would say, here's the scientific observations, here's what's going on, and then therefore we conclude it's a crisis. for the following reasons, and therefore we recommend the following actions. But right now, it's kind of intermingled.
I think that may all be hard to do in the straitjacket of the Delta plan. I mean, there's just a certain format and sort of balance of content in the existing plan that would make this stick out like a sore thumb if you go too far. But if you have a separate document to which you can refer, yeah, then you're in a good place.
Okay, Liz?
Yeah, so I guess I wanted to recommend that, I don't know, we and also maybe the Stewardship Council go back to the NRC report about sustainable water and environmental management in the California Bay Delta. That there are elements of that document. I feel like of all the things I've read over the years, that document most carefully and convincingly puts out the idea of water scarcity and the fact that, regardless of conservation, regardless of a whole host of things, that water is still a scarce resource in the Delta. And I guess I'd like to see maybe some attention paid to that document or incorporation of that document into this. And another thing that document does really well is address uncertainty. So that would be another place to reference it.
I don't want to be pedantic in saying this, but one of the charges was asking us, is the body of science used relevant and complete? I think in this document it would be good to say that you're not intending it to be exhaustive review of the literature. You can take that first sentence about water supply in crisis in the Delta, and you could find 1,000 references that would have said that. So to have even a footnote saying that we're not trying to be exhaustive as much as we're being representative and doing the key references, I think that would ameliorate some criticism that you may get that my paper wasn't cited, et cetera.
Joy or Tracy?
I've got a couple of issues. I don't know where they belong, but they're things that occurred to me as I was reading. The first one is about Delta as place. And if I were living in the Delta and I was facing a 20-year project with noise and trucks and dust and all kinds of disruption, I would like a place that would be a refuge from that continual construction. And I thought there was an opportunity to try to link mitigation for those impacts to making it more of a Delta, a place for people who live in the Delta. If each of the legacy communities and the other concentrations of people were able to develop a recreational area that was their place to escape all of the modifications. It's what I'd want to do anyway. And I tried to develop some of this as a response to the literature on the Native American uses of the Delta prior to European occupation. And I still think it's a great idea to look back to the history of the Delta to see how to bring forward some elements to the present. So that's the thing that I thought was missing, and I don't know where it should be. The other one is kind of off the wall, but I read from the literature of the Environmental Defense Fund that there's a large campaign to reduce CO2 in the atmosphere through farming the rice and wetting fields to increase the sequestering of organic carbon and thereby reduce carbon emissions. And I started thinking about the Delta because one of the places in the United States where environmental defense is looking for farmers to convert their agriculture to rice would be the Delta. And I wondered if the evaluation of impacts of conveyance and storage and operations would consider or had considered total shifts in agricultural priorities or dominant forms of agriculture, because it certainly seems that if the fields are wetter in much, much larger areas, there's going to be a shift in the water balance. So it's just a thought that occurred to me, and I wanted to know if carbon credits might be driving a whole lot more than just carbon storage, but also water use.
Okay,
so this is Tracy. I was part of the group that was helping to put this summary of some of the ideas together and working between the different groups. So I don't have anything to really add to this. I think we're all listening to what the other ISB members think and their reactions, because a lot of them are seeing this just very recently. So I think we need to hear all the comments from all the ISB members and then figure out how's our path forward and whether we can get this done by August.
Randy, do you have a...
Yeah, Steve, I wanted to respond to Joy's question about what to do with the thought about carbon sequestration and farming issues in the Delta. Joy, we've already embarked upon the next Delta Plan amendment that will address Chapter 4, our ecosystem chapter. And there are a number of issues, such as you just mentioned, that will be incorporated into those amendments. We'll probably be visiting with you a year from now on another Delta Plan amendment. But that's what you touched on in terms of land subsidence reversal and carbon farming and credits and so on will be a significant part of the work that we'll do next.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks for that update.
John, you have any thoughts? Okay. I don't know how to interpret that. Does anyone else have anything that's been missed by the initial draft? Does it seem reasonable? Is there, they want more time? Does anyone care? Well,
my overall sense was that you didn't ask that the bar be raised high enough.
Could you elaborate?
Well, I tried to give, in a constructive way, I tried to give a way forward that would raise the bar. Yeah, and that as a document that uses science to make a case for a certain kind of public policy, that this one has a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah, I think you're right, Brian. As I read the document, I was struggling to think. I know they have a mandate to have everything based on the best available science. How do you get there from here, right? So, and it's not organized to really make that connection readable.
No, it can't be.
And maybe it can't be. I mean, there's policy decisions, and in making policy decisions, you want to have as much science as you can, but it can't all be science. And so how do you be articulate about how far the science goes and then the rest that you've taken? And I think that's how you sort of have to set up the discussion. So I like very much your idea of a white paper. I mean, my first thought was I'm kind of glad that they tried to separate the recommendations section from the introduction problem statement. That's certainly the approach they've taken. But gosh, it gets ponderous if you do it that way. Whereas a white paper could say, well, here are some major issues in the Delta that regard conveyance, storage, and operations. Review those issues from a scientific perspective, each one at a time, and then have some discussion of what policies might be. And then the plan amendment then becomes, oh, referencing that white paper, here's what we decided on what the plan might be. We chose A, then C, then Q for different issues. So I think that, but that's nice to have in hindsight. I don't know if I want to get in their way too much.
Yes, Dick.
One of those. One question that could be asked is, why is this not as important as the levy investment strategy? And a tremendous amount of science was brought together by the council for that. And of course, the easy answer is, well, gee, BDCP and WaterFix have already brought together tremendous amounts of information. We're just assembling our own from that and saying, here's what the basis of our decision is. But I guess I am kind of leaning towards Brian's proposal that you have a separate science document of your own, so to speak. Not as extensive as was done for levy investment strategy, because for a lot of that you really did have to pull together yourself with Arcadis, but something that sort of stands independent of all the literature that's been assembled otherwise.
Now, there is the October and the February documents that accompanied this thing, but it's not it's more of a reference and then paragraphs under. It's not sort of what Brian is talking about. So you're suggesting we put this in as a specific recommendation? If the board agrees, are you willing to write up a few lines? Anything else? Anything major? Any other bullets that we need to add on here? Are we okay then to move forward? And the suggestion I would make is that we set a certain time, maybe no longer than a week, and that have you all individually, if you have edits to our document or other specific things you want to include that are, if it's serious, hopefully we can get it on the table now, but get those two probably to Darcy and Edmund, and they'll get it to the work group, and then the work group can put together another a draft of the document, which we could then get it out for public and put it forward for what I'm going to say is content approval by August, by our August meeting, which will still allow us to do some fine-scale editing if we need to after that. Is that a reasonable? Everybody agree? Anybody disagree with that? Okay, so maybe what's today? Friday, Thursday, a week from today?
That's July 20.
Okay. I don't hear too much. Oh, now I'm hearing an objection.
Yeah. John and I were just talking, we've seen this for a matter of an hour. So, in terms of having the, do we have major objections? I mean, is a week enough to really do that? Well, first of all, I'm saying an hour isn't enough when we first got this today.
You first got this today?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Edmund, when did you send it out?
The CSO package from the Delta Stewardship Council was sent out about 2 weeks ago, and then the actual working draft was sent out yesterday afternoon.
Okay, so I guess the point would be to first have you've had the June 22nd, the document we're supposed to review since June 22nd, I guess, or the week before. So I guess right now, if you just ignore what we just said or what Jay just said about our own document, what we're trying to discuss now is, are there any major comments on the original CSO amendment? And that hasn't been discussed here. And So don't worry about reviewing our, you can have a week to look at the 4-pager to see whether it encompasses the major points we're talking about today, but we want to make sure the major points have been discussed.
Well, I think reviewing 4 pages in a week is probably doable. I don't know why I didn't see the full document. Maybe it was because I was traveling. But this is the first time I've seen the full document. So you can put the blame on me for that. But it wouldn't be the first time. So I will try to look at it and have some thoughts that you requested earlier within a week. But I think it does point out that there may be needs for things like this. There may need to be a follow-up when things go out to make sure that we've seen it and noticed it. Because there are 2 of us here who didn't see it or didn't notice it.
The June 22nd draft, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, because that...
And I think it was because I was traveling and then got back and simply ignored some emails. But as I say, a follow-up jog might help with those things.
Well, in terms of timeline then, I guess I'm wondering, we still have quite a bit of time, right?
More than a week.
Yeah.
We about 10 days?
Yeah, we should have more than that. And I guess the only question is if there's some major thing that comes up that we haven't discussed as a board, maybe we can do that individually to see whether or not we can incorporate it in. So let's work backwards. When do we have to have the public document for decision released?
So the teleconference is the 17th, and it would be nice to have it out the 14th.
So,
I'm going to be offshore, so I just kind of like to sometime then I'll be gone.
how about the 28th? That's 2 weeks from today. John? 28th, that's 2 weeks from today. Yeah, okay, good. Ed, send John 2 reminders.
All right, it's on my action item list.
So just a reminder that we'll need the materials for the council meeting to at least 2 weeks in advance. So that would be the week of August 7th. So as long as you can turn around that final letter by that time, then we can submit it to the package for the council.
Well, we don't plan to approve this until our August
Okay, so you're going to,
teleconference.
okay.
Yeah. And that requires a 10-day notification since we're going to take an action on it. So we have to have it done by August 4th. So if you get it by the 28th, that'll give the work group 4 or 5 days to turn it around. Any other discussion on that item? Any public comment on that? Oh, that's tough.
Yes. Speak first, then you can fill out the paperwork.
Conservation Chair, San Joaquin Audubon, and it's a new job for me. Not a job, but volunteer job. A question on the white paper. I like your idea, but it sounded like it was proposed as a way to justify rather than totally scientifically review the process, which I would hope it would be. That's that comment.
Thanks for the comment. No, the suggestion there was motivated by a lack of, by the clarity or lack of in the existing draft. So the hope was that a white paper would provide the, done well, would provide the content and the verbal and graphical clarity to communicate the ideas and to to make clear the basis for the decision. And that still can be evaluated, right? But it's less than clear to me in the draft we were presented. So the hope was for clarity.
Might not justify twin toes as or
Right.
conveyance as
Whatever it comes to. So for example, there would be, if sometime, I find a lot when I'm writing a scientific paper that if I force myself to cite chapter and verse, I find that the paper that I thought said such and such actually says something quite different, and I just misread it because it was my hope that the paper would say this, right? And that kind of rigor is lacking in the existing draft, and it doesn't fit well in the medium of the Delta plan to even put it there. But if you have some other way that you can do that, then you make it clear to everybody, including the writers, what they're standing on.
I just wanted to make one brief public comment. I did submit some comments on the draft scientific findings, and I'm very glad the Independent Science Board is going to take another look at it. I think having a more comprehensive look, particularly at the climate change literature, which I cited, is just essential. And you're planning for a future where we're seeing really dramatic melting in the West Antarctic and Greenland, and a huge acceleration, and the sea level rise expectations and projections have changed accordingly. So I think this is really critical for the next 100 years of water infrastructure. Thank you.
Did you say you submitted something to us?
Yeah, I submitted some very detailed comments about, particularly with the Ocean Protection Council coming out with some very good guidelines that were an update of the 2010 guidance.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Are we pretty much okay with where we're going now? All right. I think any other public comments on this topic? Okay, I guess then we move to our next item, which is on the Delta monitoring enterprise. Vince?
We had a meeting from 7:30 to 8:30 this morning about the status of the monitoring, especially in terms of the request for proposal, which, because of a new system in the state, it's been delayed, and it actually, while we were hoping for it to come out the end of June, it looks like it'll be perhaps another as long as 4 to 6 weeks before it actually is released. We have talked in terms of certain activities that we'll do while we're waiting for that RFP to go out, how we'll actually evaluate the RFP. So we are making progress, even though this has been a slight unanticipated delay.
Any questions for Vince? Any public comment on this? Okay, the next item is the water quality review. Tracy? Or Liz?
Yeah, I think Tracy wanted me to give that report.
Just so the, yeah.
Although I invite Tracy and Vince to jump in. So we are slowly and steadily making progress toward producing the first complete draft of this report. I think, as many of you will appreciate, water quality is a really complicated issue, perhaps not as complicated as health care for the U.S., but you know, there's a lot of different facets to it, and it's also a field that's evolving. I mean, just over recent weeks, there have been workshops about contaminants of emerging concern, and it's just hard to kind of decide when we're going to cut things off, and it is what it's going to be. But right now we're pretty close to a first complete draft. It's sort of, I guess, just to give you a sense of the structure, it'll begin with a description of the motivation and the scope and the process that we used during the review process. Then some background and context for the review. We then have sections on the state of current understanding for different contaminants, so pesticides, mercury, selenium, nutrients, harmful algal blooms, drinking water, anyway, a variety of topics. And then we'll pull together some findings and recommendations. And then we also have a kind of a pretty large appendix section, which deals with the responses we received from the survey tool that we used. So we have a section that kind of summarizes perceptions about water quality in the Delta that came from that survey tool. And then we tried to pull out some key points or key findings from that survey. So that's kind of where we are. Questions or comments from Vince or Tracy?
Yeah, I was just wondering what differences you have found between the perceptions of water quality and the science of water quality.
I think, John, that's a good question. I think we're kind of highlighting some of the, there are definite perceptions about water quality that are based on fears of future actions, more so than the reality of what people have seen in PDCP and WaterFix. I think also that we have really tried to articulate some of the issues around those perceptions, and we're trying to highlight some of the concerns that people should have about water quality, or that people do have about water quality in the Delta, and that there are, as we heard from Laura Velopi earlier today, there's a lot known about certain water quality issues that probably would support actions, but yet we seem to keep saying we need more information. We're trying to articulate that in a way that's constructive.
Yeah, and I guess I would just add that I think the perceptions vary as a function of science, because water quality is addressed by so many different agencies and programs, and each of those groups has a different perception of what water quality means and how their work is seeking to understand or address water quality issues.
And I think one of the other things that's very helpful in terms of our next review on monitoring is almost every one of the respondents of the different groups mentioned something about issues around water quality monitoring. So this is going to lead very well into our next report, our next big report. The other thing is that there are some difference of opinions, but again, I think it just what Liz says, it reflects on what the agencies are interested in. Certainly the link between concentration of contaminants and the effects of the contaminants is one that was mentioned over and over again as well.
So is the water quality report going to have a large monitoring, or is that going to be left to the monitoring?
Yeah, so we're not addressing monitoring, but a lot of the responses from the survey addressed monitoring, so it will be in that way. And I guess there are some recommendations just about like things to think about in monitoring, like not specifics, but just maybe thinking about monitoring in some broader ways, like different temporal and spatial resolution, and autonomous sensors, trying to monitor events, or just some different ways than how most of the monitoring is being done at present.
And probably one of our biggest steps in the last month since we last talked about this is that we have now come to a list of key findings and recommendations that we need to still bounce between all of us and make sure we think it's encompassing what we're finding, both from our own personal evaluation of the science and the responses we've gotten from all the different people we've interviewed. So that, I think, in my view at least, Liz, Vince, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've gotten the structure for it, and we've kept it. It's still, I think, I don't know, 11 or 12, and Brian wants to keep us down to 6. But we do have a list of key findings that we think are almost ready to roll out to some of the ISB members, others not, the 3 of us.
Yeah, it seems to me that if you can fashion the report in such a way that it explicitly separates some of the myth from the reality and the alternate facts, and you can articulate some of the differences between agency perspectives and what leads to those and what might be progress toward resolving some of those, that would be a huge contribution.
Could we call him on that if he has any thoughts for what we should be doing?
I vote we draft John into the group.
No, I'm still in the room.
Don't you have to leave for a minute?
Comment. Today morning in the panel, that water quality issue came up again and again, and they had some points about the pesticides, the agriculture, and the kind of water quality, and how to balance them. Water quality as well as the water requirements for different kinds of things. I trust that kind of things are included, or maybe something can be taken in after the comments today.
Yeah, I have some notes from this morning that I'll try to incorporate. Yeah, so anyway, we'll keep chugging along and hope to have something to share with everyone relatively soon.
Thanks, Liz. Any public comment on that? Okay, the next item is Dick. Going to bring us up. No, go ahead.
This morning we had our sort of quasi-retreat up on what we should be doing for planning and discussing what we should be doing in the future. And I noticed Michael George in the audience, and I was going to put him on the spot and see if he has any thoughts on ways that the science board could be more useful, ideas for the kinds of things we should review. I'm putting you on the spot now because I know you're usually pretty good for this kind of thing, but also just to let, if you have thoughts and you don't want to say them here, feel free to let us know at some point.
Graciousness would require me to thank you for the opportunity, but you caught me off guard, so I'm not going to thank you. Actually, I think the Independent Science Board has been tremendously helpful just in disciplining what we do on the policy side, because we know that whatever we do, whatever we put down, whatever we say is going to get reviewed critically, objectively by this group. And I think that it helps us, forces us to tone up policy to a good extent. And I would say, for instance, at the next Stewardship Council meeting, I'll make a presentation on where we are with the consumptive use study. Clearly, input that we got from members of the Independent Science Board have been very helpful. Obviously, the former chairman of the Independent Science Board was very helpful in helping us to organize that study as well. So I don't have anything in particular to add today. I will think about it and appreciate the opportunity, and I'll try and be more prepared next time.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dick, Delta is an evolving place?
Yeah, it's, we had the hope that maybe we could come up with an op-ed around this theme, and I don't know, somehow writing an op-ed is really different, and I need some sort of a breakthrough idea to get it started. What's the key? What's the headline? What's the, and I haven't come across that, and so I could use as much help as possible. If people wake up in the middle of the night and have a brilliant thought, write it down. Don't call me. But I haven't found it easy to just have a lead in on an op-ed. And so I haven't made progress.
Where are you thinking of targeting the op-ed? That makes a difference in terms of the tagline that you use to pull it in.
Well, let's shoot for the Los Angeles Times. But we'll take the Sacramento and Fresno Bees.
Jay?
You'd have a different line for each of those. For the LA Times, you'd take half the piece for them to figure out where the delta was. But for the readers, yeah, I mean, the readers are the important people. I would think the Sacramento Bee would be the place to put it. I could write something and then Dick would make it better.
If you get something started, I'll box with you.
And I'll be the referee.
From Brazil.
Okay, any public comments on this? We're at the end of the agenda, except for before I make the final call for public comment. Oh, yes, John.
I would just alert people that I'm in the process, almost as we speak, of reviewing the final proofs for the adaptive management paper that will be published in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed, or Watershed and Estuary News, Science. So that will be out within weeks.
Oh, fantastic.
It was delayed because of computer problems.
Thanks, John. After we break, we're scheduled to go into small break groups. Does anybody have any questions about what those are supposed to be doing? Or I know you just got an email, probably today, assigning you to a group. What's that?
It would help if you could distinguish the boundaries between Group 2 and Group 3.
Okay, if you look at tomorrow's agenda, the detailed agenda, hopefully you have, there's 3 items, number 16, 17, and 18. Those are the three groups, and those are the specific questions. The priority group is considering the items under number 16. In particular, are there any potential reviews that have come out of the various discussion? What are the top priorities for our thematic reviews? And this is just to provide an initial discussion so that when we get into the full discussion tomorrow, you can kind of say, here's what we talked about, here's what we think, and open it up and maybe lead a discussion tomorrow. So that's sort of the priorities over the next year or two, thematic reviews. The effectiveness, number 17, again, is talking about the questions we asked the panelists today. How can we be more effective, and whether that's in terms of the written reviews themselves or whether that's in terms of the outreach and communication or things like that. We've discussed both of these really at our last retreat 2 years ago, but that's the general topic. The third, sort of the self-assessment, and again, read the details in here, but it's just some details that have come up in terms of how we handle it. I would add that anytime we have to do a review, we send 3 emails to John about it. But maybe we need to do some simple things like process about when, you must read this in the headline, or you must review this by a certain date, something like that in the subject. I know Vince has talked about things in terms of multiple edits that come in at last minute and things like that. Maybe we have a writing team. We have what we've now already started to practice, have content approval. So we approve the content, but let the final editing to the original writing team, and things like that. Just sort of, those are process-oriented sorts of ideas. And some of these, we adopted a lot of these during the last retreat. That's really what the focus of the meeting was largely about. So this is to look and see if there's any other sorts of things we need to do in that regard. So those are the 3 groups. You can meet as short or as long as you want, and then have those work groups kind of lead the discussion for tomorrow for those 3 items. So Joy, if you look at the detailed agenda for tomorrow, that's probably as far as we know what you'd be talking about today.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. I just wasn't sure where number what's now 17 leaves off and number 18 begins, because I can see some overlap.
And that's okay. The 17 again is more on how can we improve our reviews or outreach related to them, and 18 is more of the process, internal process of how we do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Brian?
A great pleasure serving on this board is its collective wisdom, absorbing its collective wisdom, and so I feel a certain loss in dividing into these little groups, and it's kind of, the idea is reinforced, or concerns reinforced, where when you defined effectiveness, Steve, you didn't pick up on how you defined effectiveness earlier in the day, and since I'm on the effectiveness group, I took note of it, and the first thing you said was pick the right topic, right? And so it speaks to the overlap, exactly, and I wonder whether just as a bomb thrower, but I thought, do you want to just keep the whole group together and just go through these points?
The thought in part was that when we came up with the agenda, I say we, I'm looking at these guys as well next to me, that some people have an early flights tomorrow and have to leave early. So we wanted to make sure we had sufficient time to discuss those, and maybe one way we could help that along was to have some initial small group discussions here. We could have made it into a full board meeting to start the discussion tonight, but and I don't think we can actually do that. I'm looking at these guys do that now. Can we? I
don't want to press the point, but you could go through the entire list of those 3 topics and just set a clock and go through each one within the time available this afternoon to do the reconnaissance, and then sleep on it and come back tomorrow. If you wanted to do it that way.
I don't think we can just want to do it that way.
We
It was
can't
not.
do that now.
The agenda has been announced, and
Got it.
Yeah, how about a compromise? Let's, right after the break, let's spend, say, 3 or 4 minutes on each one to try to make some boundaries as to which one each one would cover.
You're such professors.
I'm viewing as a work group as, you don't have to come up with anything written. This is just a brainstorming opportunity, a chance to get some things on the table. And if you want to, if each group, another possibility is have each group talk about all 3 of them. We could make that decision now.
Each group can do whatever it wants.
Yeah, well, okay.
Independent groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have extra time.
The other thing, I think that we've changed our agenda posting such that we are allowed to change the agenda as needed. I thought that we could add items. we changed the language to give us that flexibility, so we don't cut Brian off too soon.
Yeah, I thought the rules were that you can't add items, but you can take them away. I would recommend, since there is a little time to have that discussion now, the meeting wasn't scheduled to end until 3:30. So you can opt to take a break and come back and have that discussion publicly, and then break into the small groups if you prefer.
Even though those things aren't on the agenda?
Well, oh, go ahead.
Here is the note on our meeting notice. The agenda items listed below may be considered in a different order pursuant to a determination of the Delta ISB chair. Times listed on the agenda are proximate only, so pretty much you're pushing it to the next, you're pushing some of it to today, but you're
So we
rearranging
could
the
start
order.
talking about priorities now, and then tomorrow take the other two items up if we want to get done.
From now on, I'm going to give any idea I have to Darcy to say it. It's accepted much faster.
But I think let's, I guess as chair, let's do that. Is everyone good? Let's continue to do that then. And, but we do have one public comment for items not on the agenda, and I think we can take that out of order too, right?
I think we're in order.
We're in order, okay. Yeah, we are in order because we're just jumping ahead. Okay, David.
Question I'd like to put before the committee. I've read through a lot of this stuff, and I haven't read through all of it yet. I'm trying to catch up. But I don't see anything that addresses, as sea level rises, what happens to the tidal flow? I mean, I'm a sailor, and I've been a lot of places, and I've seen places that are big estuaries, and when the tide flows, it's very strong, and smaller places not. But if we go up a meter and we have that much more water in here, are the flow rates going to be faster, slower, higher? Or is it like it's flushing a commode, you know, or a toilet? And when it comes back in fast and strong. So has it been addressed? And if you could just give me a reference, yes.
There's a 2013 paper in the Journal of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences by Bill Fleener and Fabian Bombardelli that talks about comparison of different models. And part of they have a section in there that looks at sea level rise and what it's likely to do to
with flows and tides.
Yep.
Okay. 13, maybe I'll get to it.
2013, Fabian Bombardelli, Bill Fleener.
Okay. And the second point I'd like to just, as a request for the Science Independent Board, I haven't seen much science as being a birder and a conservation chair for Audubon on the effects on avian terrestrial life. There's a comment there in the amendment proposal that whatever happens has to protect this, but there's not much science about that, and there's not anything aiming at particular species that are threatened. I saw the WaterFix names a few of the threatened species that are in the Delta, but not nearly all of them. Maybe it'll come out in the environmental impact reports and there'll be comments then, but I just think it's weak in that area, and I'd like to see it addressed stronger. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I would respond that BDCP devoted many thousands of pages, as is their custom, to dealing with a whole series of threatened and endangered and listed species, state, federal. It's buried in there, but they did have something to say by legal mandate about all of them. It wasn't what one would consider exhaustive, and any coverage of a terrestrial species is slight in comparison with aquatic species, which is understandable given the delta. It's something that I think I've particularly been concerned about. The part of my role on the board is to be the holdout for the land. But I think it's something that we need to consider going forward, that the delta involves landscapes that have land, water, and the wetlands as the interface. And that if we just think about fish or just think about water flow, we're missing part of the action.
In reading the section about restoration, it was interesting to me that the term vegetation was used to refer to invasive species of plants, and there's very, very little that refers to the native vegetation.
So this just happens. The one thing that got cut off in my other comments was there's going to be an enormous amount of tunnel muck generated by boring 2 40-foot tunnels through the delta. And right now they're planning to spread it out 6 feet high. And there's suggestions for reuse, but there's not concrete plans. And I was talking to farmers, and they're like, it doesn't have topsoil. We're not going to be able to farm it. They're just planning on putting it on wetlands and sensitive areas with the thought that they're going to create other habitat elsewhere. And my concern, looking closely at it, was that the only habitat requirements is going to be determined through the ESA and California ESA requirements. And as he mentioned, waterfowl, there's a whole lot of other terrestrial species. There used to be a natural communities conservation plan in the Delta that covered 183 species and 22 natural communities. And as far as I can tell, it just vanished in a puff of smoke. But there was extensive documentation of the terrestrial species and the natural communities, and and unfortunately, BDCP has just turned into a, well, we may do this sometime in the future.
Okay, thank you. So what we're proposing to do now is just to go right into that item and talk about our priorities. Hopefully you all have seen or have in front of you our projected work plan, which is this document here, and the in-progress and future reviews. John, did you get this? Do we have any extras?
Yeah, since that was scheduled for tomorrow, we didn't put it out yet. So I'll pass them out as you guys can start your discussion.
Okay, and what I'd say is those are just for reference to see where we're at and what our reviews are like. And then we can have this discussion, but I would say that tomorrow morning at the scheduled time, we will, after we've had a chance to sleep on it, we'll reconvene on that subject just for a little in case there's somebody from the public who wanted to have an input on that particular item tomorrow. Because I know some other people are coming in just to hear tomorrow's discussion. Yes, Brian.
A quick potty break?
You're welcome to, yes.
Okay.
Now let's have a 10-minute break. Or reconvene at 3. We'll break till 3 o'clock. Decided to continue until we finish, yeah. Okay, I guess we're ready to reconvene. And we're going to be talking now on item 16, phase 1, talking about our priorities for the future, and particularly about the priorities relative to our thematic reviews. We know there's a lot of things that come down our way from a variety of different sources, which have been listed in some of the documents that you've got, in terms of whether it's coming from the council or Delta Plan amendments or other times. But one of the key things we want to do is look at the overall thematic reviews and see whether or not we have time to do one or more, and which ones might we start listing as priority areas to think about. Vince?
Yeah, the way the legislation is written, we're to review programs on I think a 5-year rotation, a 4-year rotation. So some of the issues, for example, flows or fish, or they should also be in the hopper to maybe have a slightly different view of them.
We're mostly talking to ourselves here, but going back and reviewing material is extremely important, and we're past due to go back. So the real question is, how quickly can we finish up some of the other stuff? And then when we talk about priorities, we've spent most of our time not doing thematic reviews. And it seems the biggest priority problem in my mind is how to say no to things.
As I was just talking to Jay about this, and I think the way to do that is to think about the thematic reviews and lock in on a couple and say we're going to do these, because if we don't, we're going to be we'll have more than enough to do by things that people will ask us to do, and so that's part of the main purpose of having this, so we can lock in on some of those. This bar graph here shows what our current commitments are. The only thematic review that we've committed to that we would be doing in the calendar year 2018 is completion of the monitoring. All the other reviews, at least technically, should be done by the end of this year, our thematic reviews. Now, Jay has, we already heard that the council is talking about looking at the ecosystem amendment, and further discussions of that might be something we might consider anyway. It has to do with food webs and invasive species and things along that line. And I know that Jay has another list of things that the council might be coming up with. Do you want to mention those?
I was just talking with Cliff. Maybe I should just let Cliff talk. So I got it from Cliff. Why do you pass it? Darcy, get prepared. It's coming to you next.
Yeah. I'll give you some vague starting points, and then hopefully Darcy can fill in. If we were just brainstorming really about what might likely be coming to the board for consideration from the council or from the Delta Science Program. And these are mostly things that are 6 to 18 months out, and they, in many cases, are in the very, very early stages of discussion. One thing that is required by law is that the Delta Plan be reviewed every 5 years. That review is due up in 2018. We had, at least the first meeting I have been in was held this week, and basically just discussing what constitutes a review. What do we have to do to meet that requirement of the Act? And it's very early on in the stages. Are the amendments that have been done to date, take care of much of that review? Certainly a review would means going through the document, updating things that were 5 years, we're 5 years down the line. Those are certainly going to be part of the review. But is it going to be an extensive and quite a large-scale rewrite? And there seems to be, at this point in time, not a lot of say, there's not a lot of interest in taking on that with all the other things that are going on within the council. But there will be this review, and whether they will be asking you to provide some assistance on that review process, I don't know. But it would be something that might be an ask towards the end of 2018. So that's one item. Second item is that Marina Brand's units, small group of people, have been working on a document. It's 7 chapters, each chapter being maybe 10 or 15 pages long, trying to pull together information on water supply and developing a water supply adaptive management framework. And Marina has, at least, I guess, according to Darcy, in the Monday program managers meeting, which I did not attend, I was in New Mexico, did suggest that possibly having you look at that framework might be something that they might consider doing. Jay and I were just talking. It might also be a good thing just simply to have a workshop around this topic and get some of the key people that deal with water supply and water supply reliability early on, again, on the discussion as to whether that's something that we would bring to you. Adaptive management, we've worked this a lot on the ecosystem side. You've already reviewed adaptive management. This would be focused entirely on the adaptive management that could come from mostly operations components to water supply.
Does that include or encompass the consumptive uses aspect that we heard about this morning?
They have tried to pull together that kind of information, actually not only for the Delta, but at least in a very broad sense for the whole catchment in their document. So one of the chapters I read was trying to just pull together what kind of information is available to us to actually address major components of the water budget for the San Joaquin Basin and for the Sacramento Basin. So those are the kind of things that are in this framework document. A lot of it is a compilation of information and a compilation of the uncertainty that exists around the information that's out there for the chapters that I've seen. And so they've been working on this, I'm sure now, for probably a year and a half or so, maybe 2 full years. I think it maybe started before I arrived. But anyway, they're generating the last 2 chapters of this 7-chapter effort, and they may want some feedback. And I think the way to get feedback, we should still have an open discussion on that within the program, but just put that out there as might be something that there might be an ask to review this framework document that's being produced. The only other thing that might throw out, and I know you've talked about it before, and I don't know exactly where you stand on thinking about this, but there's been discussion of a review of the Delta Science Program. The Delta Science Program is currently updating the Delta Science Program Strategic Plan. Strategic Plan was developed for 2012 through 2014 during Peter's tenure. The staff in the science program is actually quite keen on updating that plan. There's been a lot of energy and effort put into it. They've made very good progress on it. My guess is that Delta Science Program Strategic Plan, at least that first kind of I think a draft that's getting to be pretty mature is going to be issued in the next month or 2. And so I thought it would be a very good thing to have the Delta Science Program Strategic Plan updated during the transition to the new lead scientist, because it would give the lead scientist a pretty concrete, good guidance document to work from. I've also myself written in roles and responsibilities of the Delta lead scientist, and it's going through some review from the USGS, from the council, from the council members, and from the executive officer. And I also want to share that at least with your chair or some of your leadership to have that feedback. So those are kind of some things. I don't think a formal review is going to be requested, but just some feedback on that roles and responsibilities document would be helpful. Right now it's a 7-page document, kind of laying out the roles and responsibilities legislatively, the roles and responsibilities in kind of a general sense, the roles and responsibilities as it relates to interaction between the science program and the council, and roles and responsibilities as it involves basically moving forward with the main objectives in the strategic plan. So that's the way it has been, the way the initial draft was structured. I completed that a week ago. So those are the things that are kind of going on. I really think probably some kind of review on that Delta Plan 5-year effort that is required by law, is likely to be requested of you late in 2018. I think the others is still up in the air as to whether there will be any review request made directly to the board. So that's the best I can do. I know it's kind of vague, but those are the things that I know of that are in the offing.
I have a question. This water reliability program review deferred, is that the one same as Marina is working on, Marina Brandt?
Not the same, but
Not the
certainly
same.
there's a lot of topical overlap.
Okay.
Yeah, when I think of the thematic reviews, I think of the reviews as this is something we create versus reviewing someone else's document.
Yeah, I was not sure whether it's a thematic one here. It's not.
That was one we were originally planning to do. It was on our original list. And then with Jay writing the chapter summary of stuff like that, we postponed that. But it's up for, I guess, discussion whether we want to continue to move forward with that.
Since I'm no longer chair, I feel like I have a little more discretion to lead a review. But the other problem I have with the water supply reliability review is I've written a lot of stuff in there on that subject for the Delta. So, if there's someone else that wants to volunteer to lead it, jump right in.
I think John.
He hasn't gone out to the bathroom yet.
Can we just cut off that phone connection?
Yes. How many caipirinhas have you had now?
I'm about to start, but I haven't started yet.
Oh, it's getting late.
So I have one thing that's come up for me in the water quality review. That it's kind of in between thematic reviews and process, but some things are coming up in the water quality review that we don't really have time to dig into. Things like the interplay between aquatic weeds and herbicide applications and nutrient inputs, and that sort of whole interplay between are we taking the right approach by widespread spraying of herbicides. As well, there's issues about the perception versus the potential reality of how operations would affect water quality in the future. What decisions will be made and what impact would that have on water quality with a northern diversion. And I think one thing we could probably do is we could point to areas where the science program could convene a panel to address specific issues that have come up in our broader thematic reviews that we would ask for input so we could further weigh in on some of these things that for us, we don't have the capacity to really weigh in on, but we could point to things that we think need to be addressed and hand that over to DSP or whoever. That's just some thoughts that come up for me.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to go because I'd like to move water supply reliability back earlier in the agenda. You did write the paper for the State of Bay Delta Science 2016, but we didn't write the paper for. Yeah, that's right. And there are a lot of papers written for State of Bay Delta Science, but that doesn't mean we don't review those topics. And so I think, this is a critically important topic. And part of the reason we do reviews is to keep educating ourselves on all the different things. And this is, if anything, this is one that probably should have been very early on and we should be repeating about now. So I would like to move that the board itself needs to do this and start soon.
Steve, I made a list of the things that came up in this morning's panels that seemed to me to be suggestions. There was a lot of discussion. I came up, my list has 8 or 9 things on it. Is this an appropriate time to toss those out on?
Yeah, I think the idea right now would be to get all the ideas on the table and then start sorting them through and prioritizing. Yeah.
Well, let me just toss these out as I saw them. There was a lot of stuff, and some of it, there was a lot that dealt with really policy or the intersection with policy that are important, but they're not pure science. They're fuzzying the line. But the ones that I wrote down were, how do we deal with uncertainty? There's still some stuff having to do with adaptive management. The gap in leadership was identified, and that relates to one of our recommendations, which we recommended initially. We tossed the ball explicitly to the council, and the council has deflated the ball. So is there more to be done there? That's not a thematic review as much as a follow-up on an existing one. There's also the potential to follow up on our review of habitat restoration, because that's clearly a big thing now. It's been some time since we reviewed that, and there was some thinking there. There is the whole issue of climate change and sea level rise, and particularly Vince and I were talking, can we review the science behind sea level rise? Well, no, that's beyond our expertise, and there's huge bodies that are dealing with that. But we could review what are the impacts of different projections of sea level rise on some critical aspects of delta functioning as an ecosystem, for example. And how does that affect the work of particular agencies in their particular domains, and get at that interagency collaboration as part of that process. There's the issue of invasives, which may come in a different, it was mentioned with reference to water quality. Is it adequately addressed there? There are a lot of invasives that aren't aquatic invasives. The link between science and the social systems, following up more on the delta as place, but trying to link the science in with that more explicitly. And then there's this thing that came up that I call the vision thing, that came up in the discussions about ISB coming up with some broad, overarching, inspirational statement of the vision for science. Is this something that we want to come to grips with? Is this something that the science program has been grappling with in one way or another? Is it an area that we would collaborate with the science program to come up with a joint vision? Those are the kinds of things that I got out of this morning's discussions, but different people probably perceive the discussions in different ways.
And we can have our own ideas too. Yeah.
Steve, one that's come up over and over again for the last 7 years is the role of predation with fish. That there's a lot of work that's been done on it. It's still somewhat controversial, from the striped bass and everything else on the.
I think one of the, I could be wrong, but the ecosystem amendment thing they're talking about would talk also about more broadly ecosystem processes, particularly food webs, which would be, predators would be part of that. Yes?
So I also was keeping a list of topics. So a couple of other, so there were several mentions about seismic risks and seismic issues that maybe also need follow-up or elaboration. Another one that was mentioned, maybe a little bit in a superficial way, but I think is important, is sediments, because that's really important for, for restoration, for habitat, water quality. They're talking about, introducing turbidity as part of a restoration action. So anyway, that was something that was on my list too. And then there was also some discussion about the fish, about some other aspects of monitoring, which may or may not be part of our expected monitoring reviews. So there was the fish monitoring and whether that was being done, I don't, appropriately might not be the right word, but, basically a review of those methodologies. And then there was also a suggestion about monitoring related to social science and the human dimension. So, some of those could be folded into our monitoring review, or they could be topics of their own.
Let's go to Jay and then Brian.
A lot of these topics are very interesting, but they're a little more specific. And I'm wondering if it would, I imagine it would be appropriate for us to make a list of suggestions for topical reviews that we might recommend that the Science Board Commission or the Science Program Commission on sort of narrower topics like seismic risks and sediments and some of the other more specific topics. I think I would appreciate if they could impanel more domain-specific experts to come up with a review that we might take the results from that and then look at it in a little bigger picture. Otherwise, we could just have a lot of fun going to school here.
Well, that's what I think I was trying to say earlier, was we need to think about subjects we should spin off for others to look at.
Let's go Brian, Joe, and then Vince.
On the narrow one on seismic risk, one could at least wait until the next update to the National Seismic Hazard Maps, which is in 2020. And at that point, the ground motions in the Delta will have been reappraised in light of the Napa earthquake, and there maybe will be some additional clarity on the Southern Midland and things like that. So maybe it's not quite right time, but I think for that side of it, a rather broad topic is that comes into the Delta levees investment strategy is not on the hazard side, but instead on the vulnerability side of the appraisal of what assets are protected by the levees, be they the land, be the agricultural assets, but also the value of the levees in conveyance of water south. And so those issues were front and center they were the hard issues in many ways for the consultants that worked for the Stewardship Council. And I don't know if there's a role there. It's sort of a delta as place. A lot of this is a delta as place topic. It may be one that's better suited for farming out. I don't know.
I also kept a log of what can be the possible topics. So one was this climate change impacts, possible climate change impacts on the functioning of different ecosystems in the delta. So that will be a very good one, I think. In a broad sense, people have done a lot of work, so we can basically kind of look at what are the major impacts. The second one I thought was Sam was mentioning about the effects of upstream and downstream processes on the functioning of delta. So that's a broader topic which probably nobody has looked at according to what he kind of said. So that might be another one which we might want to think about. And the next one I wrote was a more focused topic, like what Liz said on turbidity. There's a salinity component. So that might be, or we can lump together these type of scalar fields on delta functioning. Right? Yeah.
The connection between the bay and the delta came up a couple of times at our last meeting 2 years ago, and we did have it listed somewhere in our list. So, yeah.
One other big area that we might review, just like we're having a review of monitoring in a comprehensive way, is modeling. All the hydrodynamic water quality models, the system models, the biological models. I think a systematic review of that and how those modeling efforts might be better integrated. This comes off of a comment Joe made a few days ago. I think that could be a very useful thing for us to do in an overarching sense. Look at the organization of modeling and how well it's funded and how well the work is being done in the trenches as well.
You know, when we first started the idea of reviews, we were following the literal wording of the Delta Reform Act that talked about programs. And we talked about IEP as the major program in the Delta, that if anything should be a subject of review, that should be the first one. I know it's getting away from the thematic reviews, but again, it's the original intent when we talked about reviews.
But Vince, aren't we, I mean, we've decided we're going to wrap that in really closely into the monitoring enterprise review, right?
But the monitoring enterprise review is much more than than we would be doing with the IEP. Like when we talked about the IEP, we were talking about, you know, organizational structure, you know, streamlining it so science could be operating better between agencies. We were talking about it in much, much broader terms than just monitoring.
Okay.
On a second, John's list with restoration, I went back and read that chapter, and it certainly would be useful to see how much progress has been made in 5 years, because there were lots and lots of issues at the time that review was done. And I think what's missing in that review is the holistic approach, the restoration of not just habitats, but ecosystem services, and the degree to which historical targets can be met, and what the new targets can be in such a marvelously modified system as the Delta. It really isn't restoration anymore. It's some people like to coin new terms, but I think the Delta is unique, and our management of a highly modified system and its relationship to the rest of its huge watershed.
Yeah, the restoration review was written and completed in August of 2013. So in terms of a 4-year, it's right on the 4-year mark.
Let's put it on the list for 2019.
John?
I think the restoration suggestion raises another factor that we may want to consider in this, that we've sort of considered in the past in our reviews, and that is the degree to which what we say in a review and what we find has implications that extend widely beyond the Delta. And the adaptive management review is in that context. A review of restoration, which is a discipline that is changing its spots pretty rapidly. And we have expertise on the board now in restoration that we didn't have when we did that report. So I think that there are multiple reasons for perhaps revisiting that. I don't know where I would put that in terms of the overall priorities, but I think that perhaps could be a fairly high priority.
Well, as a follow-up, are we going to be asked to do the EcoRestore, review that at some stage? Could that be combined? Or?
Well, we've reviewed their plan. Now, when they start actually doing adaptive management, are we going to be asked to or ask for the potential to comment and review on that? I think that falls into that whole area of what are we going to do in terms of follow-up on adaptive management, because that certainly figured prominently in the discussions this morning. We don't want to do another review of it. We've been there, done that. But if in fact things are going to get started, is that an area in which we want to kind of keep tabs on it? Or is that something in which we want to kind of look over the shoulder of the science program as the science program keeps tabs on it?
I make a quick comment on that. I think the one thing that I certainly have noted in my hiatus from when I was here before and to now is that a lot of planning for restoration has been going on for a very long time and was very much the focus of when I was here the first time. The EcoRestore program is now actually starting to implement, and there's quite a few projects going in the ground this year or next year. And so this is a time where that kind of over-the-shoulder review that kind of keeps tabs could be done very effectively, because they really are embarking on the implementation side. And we haven't seen much implementation. There were decades of planning. Implementation is now really starting to take off. And so from that perspective, I think a timely review of how not only the implementation, but the implementation of an adaptive management and monitoring program to go along with the multiple projects could be a useful thing.
Just another thought for an approach to the review. When Peter Goodwin first approached me about joining the board, he mentioned that the board is in charge of reviewing all the science every 4 years, and I thought, oh, we can. I thought, well, wouldn't the obvious thing be to ask all the agencies to submit their science plans, and then we could look them over? I didn't realize it was that approach would be so easy, because nobody had any science plans. But now that there are starting to be science plans, maybe we should at least raise the idea of doing that, with the notion that at some point in the future that will be the expectation, that the agencies themselves would either have their own science plans or have a common science plan, that some discussion along those lines might encourage them to behave together. That's maybe a quixotic thought, but.
Along those lines, is there a handy document or chart that shows the size and structure of the Delta Science enterprise writ large? Something related to the 75 million figure that we heard this morning. So if there is not, is that something that maybe this board wouldn't compile, but some group could be encouraged to prepare, and then the board could offer commentary on the adequacy of and the structure that gets revealed by the compilation.
I'll offer just a comment on it. I know that when Mike Chakowski and Jessica Law were in the process of putting together the Science Enterprise Workshop, they were trying to come up with that kind of information for all 5 of the systems: Puget Sound, South Florida, Louisiana Coastal, Chesapeake Bay, Great Lakes, and they found it extremely difficult to do for any of those systems. And it was particularly difficult to get also differentiation between federal funds, state funds, local funds, NGO funds, in coastal Louisiana, funds for mitigation from disaster, things like that. So it's a hard haul to get that kind of information and have it be accurate. This number that I heard today on the panel, first time I've ever heard it. Don't know where it came from. Be interested to know how it was assembled.
Could it be even a research topic that the science program could, seek proposals to address or something? I don't know. I mean, really, to have somebody who's interested in how programs like this work and how government functions to make an analysis and lay it on the table for people.
It seems to me that if it's not possible to even make an inventory of the science, of the agency programs that involve science, the major ones, if it's not possible to even do that, that's a pretty sorry state of affairs for the science community for the Delta. I mean, I'm sure, I'm sure there are small programs in the Department of Boating and Waterways that deal with aquatic weeds, that have little miscellaneous science programs. But I mean, start off with the major ones. It should be pretty easy to start that inventory and start that assessment. I realize it'll be awkward to do, but how else are you going to pull all this stuff together and have a common science program in the end?
We have talked before about the science integration as one of the themes we might talk about it, and in part the Science Enterprise Workshop was kind of dealing with that at a start. Clearly in the monitoring review we're going to be talking about integration of monitoring programs in some way or another, and so taking that next step and talk about the science. Some would argue monitoring is science, but but or vice versa. But the so it's not easy, but it's something that is we've talked about the science integration.
That's sort of the flip side of the vision thing, that, if you have a vision for a grand vision for science, then what are the nuts and bolts that you have to implement that vision, and what is missing?
How do you get
So
there
it seems to me that an inventory of what we've got ought to be driven by the articulation of a broad vision rather than the other way around. Don't look at the parts that you've got on the table, but look at what you want to construct at the end out of that, and then see whether you've got the parts to do it.
And maybe there are parts that you don't need.
Obviously.
Okay, well, I'm trying to summarize. Here's what I've come down to sort of 5 areas in thinking about the fact that we do big things like monitoring and that. One is the science integration driven by the broad vision, and I agree with John, having the vision first and then how's the science organized under that. Something to do with restoration, because we're ready to do a re-review of that, and that's clearly another topic. The water supply reliability. The 4th topic is something to do with ecosystems, and the topics we've heard is food webs, invasives, fish predation, that kind of thing. And then the 4th one is a lumping of categories, which is sediments, turbidity, and contaminants. And as a fish biologist, I think they're all in the same category, right? But anyway, something along those lines. I'm not sure if any one of those rise to a big. But anyway, those are kind of 5 rough topical areas. The other one was the climate thing, but I'm not really sure if climate's a driver for one of these other sorts of topics, or climate per se is. Yeah, I mean, is it the? I mean, that's one way to look at it. Look at the drivers. Another way to look at it is look at what you're trying to do, like restore, and then consider all the various inputs.
Right. I think that one way to look at it is that any of these reviews ought to have a climate change component in it, that it's folded into those rather than done independently. The other comment, which is not an alternative to the first, is that we've really rather roundly criticized BDCP and then WaterFix for not really doing anything significant with reference to climate change, not even paying lip service to it. And that kind of in itself illustrates the need for perhaps this group to take some leadership in digging into that. The real issue on climate change and or sea level rise is how to constrain it and avoid getting into all the particulars of the climate change process itself. And the only way I can think of doing that is to start with several scenarios and follow through what science has to say about their effects upon some selected aspects of delta dynamics, whether it's water supply reliability or the life history of the giant garter snake or what it might be.
Vince, then Liz?
Tracy may cringe at this, but when we were putting the prospectus for the water quality together, we said we would be doing a review on salinity and temperature. That was not going to be in this review, but it was going to be in a subsequent review. So I think we want to kind of keep that on the table. And also, I'd like to keep the idea of the IEP review, which is different from our thematic reviews, that if we are going to do a program review like we talked about in the beginning, let's just keep that idea going.
You're right, Vince. We did talk about the deferring salinity and temperature and to extent DO. And we need to put those up there because we've said that. The IEP review is still one that I think that bears more discussion because IEP has done a review of themselves with some external partners recently, and they revised their business model. I'm still torn on that one a little bit, how we should handle it, but definitely salinity and temperature is something we said we would deal with as a board.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too, that we left salinity, temperature, and DO on the table when we embarked on the water quality review. So I think that we should put that on our list. There, when we submitted our prospectus, there were many comments and much feedback from the community about not addressing those topics. So that was one thing. And I guess I just like to put back on the table the idea of the Delta as a connected ecosystem, and thinking about both the watershed delta and the Delta Bay impacts. It's a topic we've brought into a lot of our reviews of other documents that they haven't considered upstream and downstream effects. And I think it's very timely. It's big picture, and I think it's important.
Yeah, and actually one of the big comments we got about our monitoring prospectus was that I think they were calling it mountains to the oceans or mountains to the Farallones.
Sierra
or something
to
like
the
that.
seas is a common, Sierra to the sea.
Yeah,
is
yeah, that's
a common phrase. On this, I understand the attraction of linking the upstream to the delta to the bay, and certainly I see a lot of upstream delta interactions, certainly for water supply operations and salmon moving back and forth. But I mostly see bay people saying, well, the delta and the bay together are important. But I'm, as I was telling Steve earlier, I'm not sure if those are much more than second order effects for the whole ecosystem, for the delta part of the ecosystem and upstream. I mean, just in terms of, sure, it's important, but is it more important than a whole host of other things? And if it is, then we should be able to lay that out before we did the review.
Well, I guess I think we should be thinking also about the upstream effects. So, how will climate change affect snowpack and water flow? A lot of the reservoirs are at upper elevations.
There are 300 studies on those subjects, on the order. I mean,
all right, but
since 1988.
Well, I'm not sure every member of the board. I know I'm not, well educated on that body of work, and this would be an opportunity for us to become better educated. It is. I just look at the reports we've produced, and many, many times we've criticized others for not thinking about those things.
Yes.
I agree with that, Liz.
We had a measure of breadth of coverage, which was whether we were touching on topics that are picked up in the Delta chapters of the Delta plan. And so far we've left off the risk chapter and the Delta's place chapter. The new board members are likely to come from something from those territories, so perhaps placeholder could be left on the list to provide territory they could occupy.
Joe, are you got?
No, sorry. But I.
Just a comment. Now, can we come up with a list and then basically contact the community, go to the community and see kind of what order we should proceed? Are these topics important for the community? Do we do that, or we just decide by the board that this is the topic we usually do? I mean, if you get some input of broad applicability and interest, isn't that much more?
But we had 12 people helping us with that this morning, so.
Yeah, my only concern about that is that it's going to be they're going to ask questions. What do you mean by that? If you say temperature, what do you mean by
Okay, so it
temperature?
become a
they're
can
going to
of
need more
worms.
details. What specifically you're going to review. Now, we do have another list of people that we originally invited to the, or had a list of people we were considering for the panel that either couldn't make it or made the second tier. We are sending them the same questions. So we do expect written comments. I'm not sure when we expect those. I'm looking at Edmund, I mean.
We were providing flexibility for them because they're taking the time to write responses. So we didn't really want to push a specific deadline other than notifying them about our meeting date today.
Yeah. So anyways, we'll have another source of input as well. So I think if we take all of these, we'll be busy for the next 15 years.
So what's on your list now?
I don't change my list once I put it out, so. No, I'm not sure where some of these come into play, like the salinity, temperature, and oxygen. I'm not sure. I guess one of the things I'm thinking about is going back to what we're looking at. And do we concentrate on a driver? Do we concentrate on a relationship? Like fish and flows had a specific sort of relationship. The adaptive management Delta has placed. It seems to me that they were fairly, to me at least, they were fairly well defined.
That's why we chose them first.
Yeah. And I think some of those, like water supply reliability and again, the restoration, I do think the science integration one is still fairly well defined. I think the contaminants, turbidity, sediment, maybe temperature, oxygen. I don't know if that comes as part of those, or I don't know what the question is there, if it's a matter of water flows related to that or water operations related to those things,
Yeah.
or climate. To me, at least, that needs more refining of the question. And then the delta, the bay, the connectivity of the system, I think I would have added on because that does seem to keep coming up. We do know that Callaway, that's one of the things he said during his interview process, that was his top priority, that he thought that was the number one issue. Of course, that's where he comes from. And integrated modeling, I think, was also the second thing on his list of priorities. So, Dick?
Yeah, I guess I was surprised that Sam made the comment that the bay is less studied or understudied, or, I mean,
More research is needed. And more
the
research,
bay is
more you know, you need more research.
studied a lot. And in general, those who are studying it have a lot of concern as to what's impacting it. And so I would suspect that they are ahead of us in saying how the delta impacts the bay. Maybe that's just a human condition that we are more concerned with our water supply than where we flush. But I would see that as, that connectivity as really being a joint product. And, maybe we should be expressing our interest in participating, but in many ways I would see the Bay scientists as the lead. But to be sure, they don't have an independent science board and the same kind of organization that we have. Though the we doesn't extend very far in the Delta, of course.
The science program could commission such a study of Delta scientists and Bay scientists to do an initial study at least, and we might choose to follow on.
Dick, I had the same thought when Sam was talking, and I was wondering, do we need to consider the upstream outside the Delta as a forcing factor for what's happening in the Delta? I mean, the Delta Reform Act constrains us to looking at the Delta, but as a science board, can't we look upstream at that and think about that as a big factor that we are not adequately considering in how we're looking at the Delta?
But it's certainly necessary for any review of restoration.
And water quality.
And certainly water supply. And then downstream of the Delta, down to Southern California, if you like.
Right.
The demands are.
So we should maybe think about forcing the Delta Reform Act to look at external to the Delta factors that are driving what's happening in the Delta.
Liz?
Kind of a small point. So I don't think we need to do another review of contaminants. Contaminants will be well covered in our water quality review. But this, I think what we're talking about is almost like water quality 2, which would be more on on salinity, temperature, DO. I mean, possibly we could weave turbidity into that as well. Anyway, so I just wanted to take contaminants
Off the table.
off since we are addressing it.
In your review, then, does it cover the connection to the belt, to the bay itself and
No.
upstream?
No.
It doesn't really. I mean, it doesn't cover the upstream. The question came up earlier today about the fluxes of water quality constituents into the Delta, and we're not really looking at that yet.
Yeah, although like one of our recommendations will be to think about monitoring of contaminants and nutrients at places where water flow is being measured so that we can get at loadings and fluxes and such.
Right, but that's water flow coming into the Delta.
That is a place where there's interface with places outside of the Delta, but per se, we're not looking at upstream and downstream effects.
The exception being mercury and selenium, because they are coming from outside, and they are. So we are brief, but those are really the only two that I think.
Yeah.
John?
I think as we come to the point of prioritizing these potential topics, because we can't really do them all justice, we need to be thinking about another message that came across fairly strongly this morning, which has to do with relevance. We need to ask, if we review topic A, who's going to use that review? How are they going to use it? What is the breadth of applicability? And be judicious in basically trying to select those things that we think are going to be most useful and therefore have the broadest impact. And not all these fall into that category, although each would have a constituency that would say that's the top priority.
Maybe hedge the bets a little bit by having not just the comprehensive kind of review that's going on for water quality or the monitoring view, because these are really big efforts for the board to undertake, right? But also to cover other topics through workshops or something like that require shorter reports but still engage the board in topics that are important. And in some ways, they may be ways to sample and find out whether there's something more that the board should be engaged with after all. But in that way, less gets left on the cutting room floor.
In some respects, like the invasive species workshop that's going on in late August, that's a good way to have a good look at that topic as a whole and see whether something else needs to be done or how much it needs to be part of something else. Vince?
Just to push one topic, we have Joy and John, restoration and adaptive management, and the relationship between them came up over and over again this morning. Why don't we just see if we can commit to that one for sure?
Which one is it?
Oh, the restoration, but bringing adaptive management into it. I think that's, it's...
Gives us a twofer.
Yeah, and it's, and we're building on previous reviews showing what's happened in the interim, so we're not starting from scratch with those.
You can call it adaptive restoration.
That's better than restoration of adaptive management, I think.
Any other thoughts? How do we take our next steps? Drink on it, right?
Yeah, how about maybe the chair could make up a list, a straw man schedule.
Schedule?
Yeah, I mean, you want to have, what's the priority for these reviews and about how do you think it will play out over the next couple of years?
Lauren would call it a straw person.
Yeah. I normally would call it straw dog, but I get people giving me grief about straw dog, having some movie. Yes. I can't win with language. It's just.
I think, here's a straw for the mix.
Straw to break the camel's back.
I think if our chair were to take the set of, say, half a dozen or 8 topics that have sort of been our focus and not prioritize them, but add a little bit of his own judgment as to whether these are 6 months projects, 12 months projects, 18 months projects. Mm-hmm. That might be sufficient to give us the straws to talk about tomorrow. Yeah. Because I think it would be good to let this gestate for at least a few hours before we begin to lock them in.
Of course, the timing clearly depends on who takes the lead, doesn't it?
And if they can be finished in Liz's term.
I'm happy to put something together for tomorrow to think, but it's only going to be a thinking thing. It seems like if you look at our schedule that so a certain component of it is just what do we have time to do and who's doing what. You wouldn't want one person on 3 major reviews and 2 other people on no reviews. Now, not leading kind of subjects. And in the 2017 right now, in this calendar year, the next 6 months, we do have the 2 major reviews going to water quality and monitoring. But the monitoring really kicks in probably 2018, but that is the only one we have. So the question that the board needs to consider is one other major review going on during 2018, even if we started it, let's say this fall, it's almost fall now, or should we go for 2? And I know the answer in part relates to whether these are short-term or how easy, but the topics that we're talking about are fairly large right now, in some of these. But maybe it's a combination of one other big one and one other small one, so it might be that. So I'm happy to put together my thoughts on it just as a starting point and for tomorrow's discussion. And I don't think we need to necessarily walk away from this meeting with the list of priorities, but at least a good way of thinking of a handful of them, and maybe then we can start to try and get some feedback from folks and, like John suggested, and talk it around, see if there's, get an idea where some people just say, oh, don't do that stupid thing, and others might say that's the right thing. Although I don't think anything here is necessarily stupid, except uncertainty.
Possibly.
Well, uncertainty as a topic to review is pretty hard for me to think about how one would review uncertainty in the context of the Delta.
I actually think I thought it was a really interesting idea to do one on how to deal with uncertainty. It wasn't on uncertainty in general, but how to deal with uncertainty. I can imagine that. I'm not sure if we could do a useful review on it.
How do I deal?
Oh yeah, because there's definitely a science of it. There's all sorts of decision analysis and stochastic modeling and things like that to help you deal with uncertainty.
Certainly, that is a very important topic. We just started an uncertainty center for uncertainty quantification, and 4 faculty positions associated with it. But anyway, and another thing is that probably when you are prioritizing or putting in the order, you might consider the composition of the board. Who is doing one, the others have expertise, interest in doing something, so that might be another consideration.
And that's something that I think you could all drink about tonight, is to think about, what are some topics that that you would really like to work on in this context, because it does going to take, board members that are willing to step in or that want to do it. Like monitoring was one that was so, we had to say no to people because everybody wanted to be on that group. Well, that's a good thing. That means we have a lot of people. It's an interesting topic. It's important that everyone wants to work on it. And, if some of these come by that there's only one person that has a secondary interest, well, then it's maybe not a topic that we'd want to jump on right away. So,
and Steve, the as John calls it, the vision thing. I mean, this is something we can be thinking about, just as almost in every meeting have something that we talk about that, or have a couple of the more philosophical members be thinking about and talking about.
And we do have the option to bring people in, of course, and give presentations on the topics. If uncertainty is uncertain whether we got to look at it or not, then maybe having somebody to talk about it, and it might stimulate folks to be interested in something like that. And so we have that option. Anytime we meet, we can bring somebody in, I think.
And quite often the way we lead up to these is we have one or maybe two panels on the subject. So if it's on the vision thing, well, we could call in many of the upper level scientists from many of the different diverse area of agencies. And what do you think about the long term of the Delta community and what we should be trying to do? And that helps us start to think about it, maybe even over a period of a year or two.
Yes.
Just as we're thinking about this, maybe tomorrow, as part of our discussion, we can be thinking about calendars for 2018 so that we can get the next year's ISB meeting scheduled. I don't know if you want to consider that as part of your discussion tonight, but if we can get calendars going, and we'll have Terry Ann arrange those meetings for you.
Yeah. You would just suggest us to send you, I think the last time we just sent you our blackout dates and somebody compiled it.
Yeah, we can do that just as part of this discussion about priorities and what we're going to be reviewing, or what the ISB is going to be reviewing. Just thinking about what your schedule might be, if you're satisfied with this every other month teleconference and then in-person meeting and meeting monthly, that kind of thing.
I think also that some of these topics may require more staff support from the science program than others would. So it needs to be dovetailed with what else is going on their plate, which is hard to tell.
Yeah, I don't think this is off topic, but we've talked about recruiting for the next student fellow who would probably be largely devoted to the monitoring review. Unless we can convince them to give us 2 student fellows. Who do we have to convince?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, anything else from anybody? Okay, so we'll reconvene tomorrow, and this at the whatever time it's scheduled, 8:30, and then but we will keep this on the agenda for tomorrow, and maybe we'll just have a shortened discussion, but it'll still be on the agenda.
The other 2 topics.
And the other 2 topics, they'll be on tomorrow. Yeah.
This place is said to be haunted, so you should ask public comment.
Yeah, I don't see any public for comments. So with that, meeting's. Okay, today's meeting's adjourned.
Steve, before you leave the line, I need to know what to do about the that third group discussion. Are we going to call back to the same number?
No, we've canceled the small work group discussions, and we're just going to do them all as a board. So tomorrow we'll continue this conversation and then do the other 2 topics, which are shorter topics, as a full board.
I missed that. Okay, that's great.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Have a nice dinner.
It's that time.